Don't tap the glass. 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 Don't tap the glass.
Hello! Okie dokie! Yahoo! Press start to play! Aha! It's me, Mario! Waha!
Press start.
Whoa! Let's go! Ooh.
Too much for playing my game. 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 Too much for playing my game.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hi. How are you? I am between film festivals right now because VIFF is starting. There's a lot of shit that I want to see. I need to record my TIFF stuff. So I looked at my schedule and I was like, okay, I've got these 2 days on the weekend to record my TIFF shit. But I also saw one battle after another. I would love to talk about it. I would love to promote it. I would love to be able to, get more people to see it. It's in theaters right now. So I figured I should do this. And there's so many other fucking things that I wasn't able to review because I was at TIFF, because I've been fucking busy and sick and injured. And my tendonitis, I got another shot, another PRP injection on my right arm. So I'm not going to be using it at all if I can not use it. And I had that done on Monday. I'm supposed to not be doing any kind of, strenuous anything, not using any force for 10 days. So, while I'm doing this live stream quickie catch up, which we've done many times before, this one's going to be a little scuffed. This one's going to be a little it's going to be slow for me to type. Okay. So I've copied and pasted the word spoilers so that I can with my left hand, just do that for when the spoiler sections happen. I've got a bunch of notes in my notebooks that I will try to read over with my left hand, and there's some on my laptop. There's some in different notebooks, but there's a whole bunch of shit we can talk about. I'm going to start with one battle after another. Sorry the text was on the screen for longer than I started talking about it. The new Paul Thomas Anderson film. This was getting some crazy good reviews over the past like few weeks. I think they had some like industry screenings, maybe in like LA and maybe some New York screenings. But basically, yeah, some critics, industry people, filmmakers were all praising this film, essentially saying like, it's a miracle that a film this creative was given this much money. I'm going to need help fact checking some things because I can't just type up every single thing because of my arm issues right now. So I heard that the budget was around $150 million. So if that's the case, then what I said is correct. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I can't do a lot of typing right now. Am I going to spoil it? I will have the word spoilers on the screen if I'm talking about spoilers. So you won't have to worry about that. You can mute the video and then get rid of the, bring back the audio once the thing comes back. My notes were very messy because I had gotten my PRP injection by this point. Apparently Osgood Perkins was in the same theater as me for some reason. I don't know why someone was saying that after. I noticed somebody being like, hey, can I get your picture? To someone else, and I just didn't even think of anything about it. Whatever. I saw it in 70 millimeter. So, real film projector. It wasn't like a huge screen or anything. That's a bit of a criticism with that theater. It's like one of the few places doing like actual 70 millimeter is just not the biggest screen. So I don't know. Maybe I'll sit closer next time. But anyway, I avoided trailers for this like the plague because I consider Paul Thomas Anderson to be a great enough filmmaker, like one of the greats, pretty much, where I know I'm going to see his next movie regardless of what it is anyway. So I like to go in blind. So if there's ever, you'll notice on the highlights channel, I rarely watch trailers for films that I'm like super hyped about already, like from like auteur directors that I'm familiar with, because I just don't want to be spoiled and I want to go into it blind. So unless I know for sure that it's not spoilery and, there's different factors, but I avoided trailers for this like the plague. And the trailers appeared before quite a lot of other movies that I've seen in the past few months. But I just kind of like left the theater and went pee or like closed my eyes and plugged my ears and started humming. And I don't give a shit if I look weird because it works. Okay. Stop being so society cucked. Okay. Well, what if somebody thinks I'm weird? What if somebody goes, why are you doing that? Yeah. You don't know them. Okay. It doesn't even matter. So immediately when this film started, it was pretty apparent to me that there was an intentional sense of style happening with the film. Almost kind of like a classic 70s film, which is funny because most of it is not set. I don't think any of it is set in the 1970s. I guess I should have looked this up on Wiki before, but there's basically like two time periods, beginning of the film and then like 16 years after that point, the rest of the film takes place. And when the rest of the film takes place, it feels like pretty modern. People have cell phones and everything. So it wouldn't make sense that the first part was the 70s. But the filmmaking style very much evokes that vibe. And not just the fact that it's like shot on film, like VistaVision, but things that are like a bit more subtle, like the framing, right? I noticed some people, because I tweeted about this movie being like, hell yeah, I love this, gave a positive rating that I guess I'll say at the end of this, but some people being like, oh, I saw the trailer and it looked like a cheap straight to video whatever. And I find that interesting because in the trailer they try to make it seem a bit more normie than it actually is. Like they try to make it seem like more widely appealing, more like a commercially friendly, like, everyone's dad will love it type movie. And from the people that have seen it, it seems to have that wide appeal. but I understand why they do that in the marketing. It's because they don't want to scare people and be like, oh, this is a weird thing you've never seen before. Like people are more likely to see something that's familiar. That's why, big name actors draw people in. It's because it's familiar, right? So the fact that Leo DiCaprio is in the lead, I think, is doing some good work for this in terms of the box office. But it was pretty apparent to me, not just the fact that it's shot on film, but like there's subtleties in the editing. There's like one really long soft fade, like a dissolve from one shot into another. And the amount of time that it takes for it to fade is very, very evocative of like a classic 70s film. For some reason, it just feels that way. The framing is a little tighter than, Paul Thomas Anderson's other films. You'll notice in conversation scenes, there will be some entire scenes where it's almost like you're not getting like a full sense of the environment. And he doesn't neglect this. Like, we still get establishing shots. So I've never felt like, oh, I don't know what this room looks like. But in terms of like the shot variety, he still establishes, you're still left with that information, but he makes an intentional effort to keep things tighter and more contained in a way that feels like, just almost kind of like a grindhousey movie, but not like as extreme. Some parts of this film feel as blatant and extreme as like a grindhouse movie. But others, you still have, you still have Paul Thomas Anderson's, like, all of his great films that you wouldn't consider to be like lowbrow, like There Will Be Blood or The Master or Phantom Thread, and on and on and on. Those elements are still there, but it's mixed in with a tone and level of ridiculousness in terms of what's happening in the story, that it forms a new thing. And this is one of like few films this year, I guess not like extremely few, one of very few commercially available films this year where I feel like, oh, you made a new movie. I felt a new thing. You gave me a new experience. And I fucking love that. I love being able to experience something, and it's something that I haven't seen before. And it might be like a combination of some things that I've seen before, but in the way that it's combined, it's creating something new. So it does very much feel like, at points, it feels like kind of a grindhouse version of like, oh yeah, I remember, I thought of this last night. I finally remembered. It feels like a mix between like Death Proof and No Country for Old Men at points. Like intentional cheese grindhouse, almost Tarantino-y, maybe a little Robert Rodriguez kind of. But then the meticulous thriller elements of No Country for Old Men, like the craftsmanship similar to that of the Coen brothers, although not the exact same style, but just as talented. So I'll settle on that. Like it feels like a grindhouse version of No Country for Old Men without sacrificing anything about it that would make you say that there's like talented filmmakers at the helm of this, right? So yeah, very cool style. Absolutely fucking loved the soundtrack. I didn't fact check this. Somebody said Johnny Greenwood did the soundtrack. It is unsurprising if that is the case, and I can't fact check everything because I have one arm right now and I can't the typing of the new titles for all the movies today are going to be enough. So you're going to have to be patient with me. This one's a little scuffed. Okay. A doctor took blood out of this arm, processed it, and then stabbed my tendons on my other arm. It's called a PRP injection. It's very interesting. Look it up. It was my second one, but hopefully we can fix my tendon issues. Despite its weird ridiculousness and like there's one character, which if you've seen the movie, you know exactly who I'm talking about. I guess this isn't really a spoiler, but like Sean Penn's character is so fucking over the top. I mean, there's a bunch of characters that are over the top, I like honestly, yeah, most characters feel kind of over the top in their own way, but Sean Penn's in particular, like you look at him in the movie and you're like, oh, okay, this is a silly movie. This is a non-literal movie. This is like an absurdist movie, right? But it's combining absurdist elements with like a level of authenticity that most films that are going for something that is completely straightforward and not absurdist aren't able to achieve. So somehow simultaneously, crazy, weird, absurdist, not supposed to be taken literally, clearly about the point, and not like, you know, getting into it's not a film where like even if you have any kind of like logistical issues, it's so absurdist that it's like you can tell that the logistical elements of it are not the point, and then simultaneously feeling more authentic than non-absurdist films that are trying to capture any of the same environments or feelings or like, you know, ideas or time periods or anything, right? So it's a pretty insane mesh that I absolutely love. And I don't know if I would call this his funniest film or not, but I feel like it's like the most weird and unique, right? Like this is really out there. The trailers don't really communicate this, but this is very much an art film. This is very much like from the beginning to the end, an incredibly stylistic, and you know, there's subtleties in how it presents its style. Maybe not everybody will pick up on it, but like the style is very intentional and it's very strong and it works really well for the film. The score by Johnny Greenwood, that I almost forgot to talk about. The score by Johnny Greenwood, absolutely incredible. But what I love about it is it's not overbearing. It's not like complex even. There's a lot of simplicity to it. There's a lot of repetition, but it's not just looping the same thing over and over again, although at some points it might feel like it's kind of teetering towards that. It's providing something that enforces a feeling, right? But it's complementary to what you're seeing in the visuals. And the music doesn't stop. There's like 2 scenes without music that I can think of. There were like an hour and a half into the movie, I think during one of the Christmas meetups, that's not a spoiler, but you know, you'll know what I mean when you see it. Yeah, there's this moment where like the music stops and we're just like watching a scene. And it feels so weird because like the music was playing like the entire film. Unlike Christopher Nolan films where the music is playing the entire time, this isn't going for like an entire orchestra and like trying to compete for the emotions, or even compete in many Nolan films for the dialogue, right? Like that's a common issue with Nolan films and the music playing the entire time. You know, oh, I want everything to be loud, right? Okay, then you can't hear the people talking, whatever. In this film, it's playing the entire time, but it's so simple. Like there's like 3 piano notes and like variations of it, and like really, really, really simple, really held back, really reserved, but present and there and helping, right? Like it's complementing the entire experience. It's complementing the feeling of anxiety, but also absurdity, right? Like those 2 elements of like No Country for Old Men and Grindhouse. And when serious things do happen in this film, I'm like, holy shit, like you didn't even need to like kill any characters or anything for me to be able to feel like, holy shit, there's real consequences just because of how it's filmed. There's action scenes in this film. There's chase scenes in this film. We're like following around cars. I think that's an example of when the music stops too, is the car chase scenes. But yeah, like you're able to just absorb the sound design of that sequence. And yeah, there's multiple car chase scenes in this film. They're both filmed incredibly well. There's at least 2. Damn, there's actually 3. There's quite a bunch. There's quite a bunch of car chase scenes. They're all filmed incredibly well. Very inventive. Like you can tell that he had a vision. Not going to spoil it, but like, you know, the roads that kind of like went like this. And I'm not going to spoil what happens, but like he clearly had a vision in his mind for what you could do with that sort of setting. Like perhaps maybe he was, you know, on a road trip, and then the road did that, and then he had the thought, oh, what if like we used that, and that was a part of what happens in a film for blah 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 blah. I'm not going to spoil it, but he has a vision, right? And he's using the environment not just to have a feeling and a tone, but in ways that interact with the sequence of events, right? In ways that, like, you know, it just feels genius, right? So, I haven't even looked at my fucking notes. This is just all stuff that's just off the top of my head. Any great film that I'm like ecstatic to talk about, this just winds up happening. I just have so much to say. Yeah, there's a chase scene at the beginning where it was like, we got like a helicopter chase cam POV or whatever. That was really cool. I'm just gonna adjust the lighting here a little. I think it was a little overexposed. Yeah, the editing in the entire first like 20 minutes is really, really well done, because there's some parts that, like, you know, are conversations of characters that they're having at some point, and it's like maybe internal monologue, maybe diary, maybe they're saying it to another character, but we don't know, but it's all like kind of complementing this kind of montage, and a lot of time is passing. We're given like a really nice little snapshot, almost kind of like a lot of Terrence Malick films, where it just kind of feels like, you know, like Tree of Life, like we're just like going through different snapshots of a life, but it feels so seamless. And the music, like the emotions that we're getting from the cinematic language and how it's communicating itself, is just very, very expertly made, very well coordinated, very well thought out, very well realized. The emotions in this film feel so unique, especially because of the music and how, you know, sometimes it feels like it's simultaneously complementing and just juxtaposing. This is a film that feels like it's successfully being two things at once that in any other scenario by any other director might be diametrically opposed in a way that couldn't work. But in this film, it works really well. And I was having an absolute blast watching this. The characters are super familiar, and not familiar, sorry. They feel iconic, and the way that they're treated in the context of the film, like there's, you know, Sean Penn's character, they say his name enough times, and it's such a distinct name that you remember it. And then when characters are saying it later in the film, you know exactly who they're talking about. They don't have to dumb it down in a way to like show the character. You know who the character they're talking about is, because the name is so distinct, and because he's so memorable, because he's so crazy, because it's just like you're seeing something new. Like, how can you forget, right? Yeah, it's just so crazy. Oh my God, there's a shot. There's like a oneer where, fuck, I guess I don't want to say this until we're in spoiler territory, so let's just see. Yeah, all right. It's so crazy how simultaneously wacky and sincere it is. Absurdist and authentic. These like clash in any other scenario, clashing, but it fits. It fits and it works. It doesn't wits. It doesn't twerks. It fits and it works. Super unique film. I'm gonna have to see this one again. I would love to see this one again. I'm so excited to. It might be my favorite PTA. I know that some people are like, that's crazy. But like, I love grindhouse shit. I love like absurdist, cheesy stuff where you're not sacrificing like a level of expertise and intent. Like this is like a movie that just immediately connected with me. Yeah, all the performances are great from what I can remember. There was nobody that was like bad. Everybody was like serviceable to great. Love Regina Hall. Happy to see her in more stuff. I think that she's getting some like mainstream attention and recognition now. I don't know if she necessarily deserves a like supporting actress nom for this role or anything, but to see her getting recognized in that way would be great for me, just because I like seeing her. Leo DiCaprio was great. His performance was like the way that his accent and demeanor for his character was portrayed in this film. It wasn't so unfamiliar that it's like, oh, Daniel Day-Lewis transforming into like a completely other person. But there was a subtlety to it where it was like, oh, that's different and that's distinct enough. It's familiar but also distinct from his other characters. He kind of gave off like the dude energy at points, which made for very fun. It's just the progression, the stakes, the feeling of like conspiracy and like paranoia, like all of it. It's just in this weird, bizarro universe that is also an authentic representation of reality, right? It's surreal and real at the same time. I'm just looking at my notes. And then I guess, very quotable. By the end of it, I was thinking, holy shit. By the end of it, I was thinking, what the fuck was that? But in a good way. And I absolutely loved this film. I had a blast. It feels long, but it doesn't feel long in a way where, it's like turn this off. You feel its length, but not in a way that ever feels like it's overstaying its welcome. And it is a long film. It's like, what, 2 hour, 40 minutes or something? But yeah, it never feels like it should have been shorter. In my opinion anyway. And it's so interesting because it like there's so much of like a continuous flow with this film when things are going, right? When it's like, okay, the fuse has been lit, right? Now let's go, right? The events are in motion. And it never feels like, oh, move it along, they're taking their time. But there are intentional choices for how to handle certain scenes in this film, or certain ideas, or certain like plot devices even, where they're taking their time with it in a very clear and direct and literal way, but it never feels like they shouldn't have. So I'll put on spoilers and I'll give an example of this. 10 out of 10, see this film in theaters. We gotta let studios know that we want to see more original ideas by auteur directors. Okay, I thought I copied and pasted. There it is. There it is, the real copy and paste. We want to see more auteur directors being given a bunch of money who know what they're doing, by the way, not just Randy's. Get fucking, like PTA. PTA, Parent Teachers Association, made another fucking banger. All right. An example of this, spoiler territory, is the fact that he has to be on the phone trying. He doesn't just like find his daughter. He's like on the phone, not being able to remember the code words, which is fucking hilarious. I love that such a huge chunk of the movie is Leo just being like, I don't remember, right? Trying to find out, like trying to figure things out and progress in the meantime, and like literally not being able to like even connect with his daughter. That's like the only thing like he cares about, like the trying to save her life, and he can't do anything about it because he's just a fucking idiot, and he has to admit like, I've ruined my brain with alcohol and drugs. Very funny. Another example of this, of them like taking their time like this, is when she his daughter, instead of just being able to like grab keys and run away in the vehicle, she has like kind of this awkward like escape where she's like hanging out by the vehicle. She's not sure what she's doing. She's not sure what other people are doing, like what the threat is. She has to like assess and then go in and then find someone's keys and then come back, sort of thing. That was a great choice. Like it feels like a unique way to handle that sort of situation from a filmmaking perspective, and from a narrative perspective, it gives it more of a sense of realism. It's not just done for like shits and giggles, right? Like there's an added layer of authenticity and even tension that comes with choices like that. Benicio del Toro was fucking awesome. here's the one thing I was going to talk about earlier. There's an incredible oneer. Leo's like trying to escape with Sensei's buddies or whatever. He's jumping across a roof. He falls like 40 feet. He like hits a tree. It catches some of the impact or whatever, and he falls. And this is all in one shot. From like the roof, we see it from below. Falls, impact, gets up. It's clearly Leo, right? It's clearly the actor Leo DiCaprio. Gets up, starts to stumble away, you know, shot kind of like pivots. And then he immediately gets tased and arrested. And then the taser, he's like, ugh, body locks up, poof, like face plant, right? That's got to be comprised of multiple shots. Because I don't think Leo just did that, right? There's either going to be like CG or like very clean replacement of like actors. They probably had the camera like follow the exact same motions, right, through like a computer program, and then just like did it in such a seamless way where it felt natural, and then got like one version of either like a stunt person or a combination of like stunt and CG. But it was just so seamless. Like it's a single shot, and it's just one of those like, wow, how the fuck did they do that? Like I would love to see a special features featurette for that. Yeah, that was really, really cool. Loved this movie. I feel like I'm just going to be like hyping it up and ecstatic about it for a while. Most films, you know, the 10s are pretty rare on this channel. There's quite a few where it's like, you know, they'll start at like an 8 and then I'll like rewatch and then bump it up or whatever. This one was a 10. This one was a 10. You know, I saw a new movie and I'm just like in awe about the freshness of the experience and just how engaged I was, and like every element just so unique and fun and incredible and just an absolute blast. So yeah, loved everything about it. So good. All right. That was a long time for me to talk about that movie. What else did I put in the title? What else are we talking about? I'm just going to go through my IMDb. Materialists. So it's good that I'm talking about this now because I didn't take notes for it because my arm's goofed. Okay, I got a goofed arm. Also, the link in the description for TTS is working, but I'll play them at the end, just because I don't want to get distracted. All right, let's see if I can... one arm, you're going to have to be patient with me. Shout out to the timestamp person, whoever you may be in the future. Thank you. Materialists, I finally saw it. The new... Uh-oh. Shit. I'm getting a call from a doctor. I actually have to take this. Hold on.
Maciej generalno na tutaj. Kameste jaska mamaki kasa. Hola. merało na tutaj. Kameste jaska mamaki kasa. Hola. Shake merało na tutaj. Kameste jaska mamaki kasa. Hola.
Oops. Yeah, with the amount of, like, anybody that watches my Twitch streams or whatever, with the amount of streams that get, like, literally interrupted by phone calls from doctors, that's just the stuff, like, on stream, you know? Like, it took me a while to realize this, but, like, with all the fucking health issues I'm trying to get figured out right now, that was about my colonoscopy, actually. I'm actually getting one next month, finally. With all the health shit that I'm, like, trying to assess and, like, get fixed and figure out and diagnose, that eats up a lot of time. I was kind of, like, looking at my calendar and just wondering, like, where the fuck did so much of this year go? Like, and just not being able to manage my time properly. And I realized it's just, like, there's so much time being spent on this health shit. Like, not just the appointments themselves, but, like, trying to, like, you know, research and figure out and, like, call back and forth and, like, change a thing. Like, that was, yeah. Like, blood work and blah, 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 blah. It all takes so much fucking time. So, moral of the story is the fact that, like, you know, the content has changed. Like, that's apparent and I'm aware of it. It's unfortunately... Right now, it is necessary to be doing things this way because I'm on low power mode out of absolute necessity, right? I literally can't do things the way that I used to right now. So people are making content out of the like watch along stuff. And there's like a handful of videos that I want to release, but it's so difficult because I'll be quick about this. We'll talk about Materialists again in a second. I released my health update video like a few months ago or whatever. It got like 200,000+ views. You know, I would have assumed that in of itself would have been enough to explain to people that are waiting for like Lion King Part 2 and like curious about why the content's been different while I've been experiencing health. Like I would have thought that would have been enough to like explain, but there's so many people that are just still so confused. It's like it's literally impossible just to like get that information out to everybody. It's literally fucking impossible. So cognitively I'm doing like a lot better. That's been great. Like very steadily improving that way. With my hair so short, it looks like I have a bald spot. Oh no. I'm gonna grow it out again. That's what's in this weird in-between stage. It's just can never do it with these headphones. Look like Justin Bieber. But yeah, it has to look like this if we're gonna grow it out longer. I can't just keep cutting it and then want it to grow more, so we have to be in this weird in-between. Anyway, yeah, I'll post an update on my health shit like when I know more. We're getting some stuff figured out. And I got another referral to another specialist and blah, 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 blah. But things are actually like moving now. Anyway. Materialists. The new Celine Song, who directed Past Lives, which I thought was great. I thought it was great, but there was nothing about it that led me to believe like, oh yes, this person's just going to continue making hits or anything, right? There was nothing about it that, you know, made me be like, oh yeah, guaranteed watch of whatever next. So it came out and I was fucking busy, and especially with all the health shit, you know, I was fucking busy. Didn't want to add that to my plate when it just didn't seem that interesting. The fact that like, I don't know, Chris Evans and Pedro Pascal are in it and Dakota Johnson, like screams to me not a good movie. Like that, like when the name recognizability of the actors, like the cast is what's selling the film in that sense, and that's it. Like that's what it feels like. It's just, I don't know. Not saying you couldn't make that cast work, but like the poster just reeks of like not for me, right? There's a fucking heart balloon in it. It's like at a wedding or something. Like they're like dressed nice, and I'm just like, I don't know, I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of it. And so like I just kind of ignored it for a while, and then people were asking about it, and then it showed up as the winner on the Patreon poll for the YMS watch-alongs. There's a monthly watch-along that the patrons vote for, and that won because I guess people were just curious what I thought about it. And so I watched it last night, and it was shit. It was really bad. Dakota Johnson, she sucks. She sucks in this movie. She hasn't sucked in like literally everything she's ever done. I've heard she's a lot better in Splitsville, which I'm looking forward to. She was good in Suspiria, right? She's good when she works with Luca Guadagnino. Luca Guadagnino. That was a fun joke in my April Fool's video. Yeah, she appears to be like, she's never blown me away or anything. I've never been like, oh yeah, Dakota Johnson for the Oscars. But in some movies, it really just feels like she's not trying at all. This is one of them. She Madame Webs the fucking whole performance. And it's disgusting. I don't believe her character at any moment. There's several scenes where she's acting with like another individual in a scene, and they're just like, they're trying, and she's like, what in the I'm not. It's like, fuck off. It's so annoying. It's like, she's not, it feels like she's not trying. It doesn't feel like a real person. And I know people that are that quiet and she still doesn't feel authentic. She just oh, I see the actor. I see a person trying to act in a movie, but not trying very hard. And that's what I'm seeing the entire time. And then her character is just not believable. Chris Evans wasn't great at all either. He was kind of bad in this one. Pedro Pascal, not great. The main cast was giving their worst performances. Celine Song managed to get the worst performances out of the entire main cast somehow. The script sucked. The script was the worst part, maybe. When you have Dakota Johnson acting terribly in your film, and that's not the worst element. No, yeah. The script somehow was worse than that. The dialogue did not seem like human beings. I don't know what it was trying to say, really. It was a very muddied, I don't know, like a very confused film. And I don't know what its goals were even. Logistically, it didn't make sense. Emotionally, it didn't make sense. Every character was fucking unbelievably unlikable. I hated every single one of them. They're all dumb. They're all bad people. Like, and I'm just like, oh, what am I supposed to fucking get out of this? So much of it was boring. The only parts that weren't boring were just parts that were just so stupid they didn't make sense, and that made me angry. Oh, I gotta choose between a rich guy and a poor guy. Who cares? Who cares? What's your fucking problem? There's scenes in this movie. I'm looking, so I'm on the IMDb and I see, like, in the trailer, there's the scene of Dakota Johnson and Chris Evans, like, outside in traffic or whatever, having like a little mild argument. When that scene happened in the film, I thought it was like a dream sequence. Like, some of these things are so awkward that they seem like fake scenes, even though in the context of the movie they're not. Where it's like, it doesn't even feel like a real scene that's happening. Like, what the fuck is going on? They use this shitty fucking lens the entire time, where anything that's blurred behind the focus, it like follows in a circular pattern, right? So like imagine the entire background of like the stream that you're watching right now, just like looped out in circles, basically. And it's subtle, and like not everybody's gonna notice this, but it's irritating. To the people that do notice it, it's fucking irritating, right? And I don't understand why people keep using this lens, because I notice it a lot, and I've seen it show up more often in the past 5 years. I don't remember what it's called or what type of lens it's called, but it's just it's unpleasant to look at, irritating, it's distracting. I like, maybe you could use it for some sort of like thematic purpose or something at some point. I don't know, but like, it's irritating to look at. Like, the cinematography was way better in past lives. I don't know what the fuck happened here. The cinematography was like one of the better parts about that movie. And I remember that it was like, it wasn't show-offy, but it looked really nice, and it was like respectful. It was reserved, right? It was slower. There weren't like so many cuts happening, right? And then in this film, it's just like, what? It just feels like a normie movie. Sorry for saying the N-word. I know some people get really offended about the word normie, but, you know, it just, I don't know. It felt like it wasn't coming from the heart, right? Past lives, part of what was so great about it was that it felt like really sincere. It felt like a real person's story that they were communicating of something that happened to them in their lives. This feels like it's trying to be something, but it's really confusing what it's trying to be. It just does not fucking work. It's so uninteresting, and it very, very silly and stupid. And I'm going to talk spoilers. I gave this film a fucking 3 out of 10. It's fucking bad. Let's see. Spoilers. Her job doesn't make any fucking sense, because this is not set in a time without apps and smartphones. She's a matchmaker in New York City. She's a person that has clients where she talks to people, like either on the phone, and meets them in person and goes like, what kind of guy are you looking for? They're like, white. And then she finds a white guy or whatever. Like, she has clients of either gender or whatever, orientation, and then she matches them. And this job exists as if like that hasn't been completely overtaken by apps, and it's like a successful bit. Like it looks like a nice looking business. You see like their office and all these employees and management. Dakota Johnson is celebrating her 9th client marriage. So she's apparently pretty good at it and has been doing it for some time. She's like established in the business. And then halfway through the movie, there's this weird plot device. There's this weird aspect of the plot. I don't want my hair to be in between. I want it to be longer. Sorry. There's this weird aspect of the plot. I'm going to suffer with it. I'm going to suffer through it for the end result, okay? It's going to either look really cool or really dumb, but who cares? I can just shave it off again or whatever. One of her clients winds up trying to sue her company because she matched the client up with another client who turned out to be abusive, and immediately abusive, and in ways where, like, what she told her client, what Dakota Johnson told her client is like, oh yeah, the guy's like 5'11" and all these other things. And then her client's saying like, yeah, you lied about all that stuff. Like he lied about all that stuff. And then I'm thinking like, okay, if there's no like vetting process, why do you exist? Why does your job exist if you can't even vet any of the clients? And then the way she's talking to her boss, she's literally finding out that day because of the lawsuit. She's finding out that day that people can be bad. She's like, what? I never thought that something like this could happen. And her boss is like, oh yeah, no, this is like a potential risk for working in this field. When you're hooking people up, some of them can be bad people. And Dakota Johnson's like, what? And she literally learned that people could be bad that day, that there was that risk. Like, I'm sorry, was that not covered in your training? Did you have training? Is that not covered? Did your clients not sign any kind of like waiver for liability? Like the company knows that this is a thing that can happen and has had experience with it, and yet still leaves itself open to these kind of lawsuits. Like you don't have any kind, you don't get people to sign away. Like if you think that you can't prevent that sort of thing and it's just a thing that happens, right? Even though apparently you didn't even vet the guy to confirm really basic information about him. Why are you operating the company in a way where you're not even telling your employees that that's a thing that can happen? How have you worked there for that long and not even thought once about like the potential things that can happen? You've done 9 marriages. 9 of your clients are married. I guess 18, right? And you haven't even thought about the possibility of like, oh, what if one guy's like bad? What if he's a bad guy? What if one of these people is bad? You've never thought about that ever once in your entire life? You just learned that people can be bad today? What the fuck? And then there's this weird aspect near the end where like she calls Dakota Johnson and she's like, the guy's trying to like, he's knocking on the door harassing me and the cops won't come because the cops say he has to be trying to break in for us to do anything. And then Dakota Johnson, even though she's like an hour away, is like, I'm on the way. Guy leaves before he gets there. And it's like, I don't know. Dakota Johnson doesn't even try calling the cops for a second time. She just kind of accepts it. She's like, oh yeah, They don't even come up with an idea of like, why don't we just say he's trying to break in? Because we do feel threatened, right? Like, I don't know. Why not just do that? Be like, you just call back and be like, he's escalated it. He's trying to break in. Just say that. Like, what? I don't know. Guy leaves before she gets there. I don't know what the fucking point of that whole subplot was. I don't know what the point of Dakota Johnson being there for her was. I don't know. Like, what did that amount to? Like, it just felt so silly and like improperly handled. Yeah, I couldn't. I don't know. I didn't take notes, but there's just things about it that irritated the fuck out of me. I cannot find the right temperature right now. Hold on. 3 out of 10. This movie sucked. What's next? What else did I put in the title? Last of Us Season 2. Yeah, sure. Okay. I don't think I could talk about this without spoilers. I don't think it's possible to talk about this without spoilers. Ugh. Give me a second. Let's try Gatorade. Oof. Ow. Ugh. I'll do super chats and the TTS at the end, everybody. Just letting you know. Thank you. I don't see any fucking TTS ones, though. You guys aren't even doing it. Oh, yeah, I was going to eat a thing. Give me some energy. Just going to try and get The Last of Us notes, because I definitely took notes. All right, The Last of Us Season 2. I watched this a while ago. I think I finished it, July. I hadn't talked about it yet. 7 episodes. I'm reading through some of my notes. First note, how come Abby no huge? Yeah, and then I was kind of immediately hating how they, explicitly they have a conversation saying like, I hope you kill him. So there's some departures from like the game in terms of like how they handled the story. But some of them worked better and some of them worked a lot worse. And so I'm kind of like conflicted. The season wasn't like devoid of anything I liked, but it was like there was nothing within this entire season that was like as good or memorable as like the episode 3 from the first season, which was like, a standalone kind of like nice little short film almost. The production design was really great as usual. That's something that stayed the same. When they're in the snow, it feels like snow, There's like their faces are red. You can see their breath. It has the proper like snow physics. I really like that. As a snowman, yeah. There's a fun shot in episode 2 where like the zombies are like coming out of the snow and it looks great. Doesn't make any sense why they're not frozen stiff or anything. Like how long have they been there? Physics, I don't know. Yeah, and then there's some notes here where I'm like, yeah, some of the filmmaking just feels kind of shoddy at points. There's a shot at 26 minutes and 35 seconds through episode 2 where I say, not a great shot on horseback, not enough shake in the camera, feels too artificial. Right? There's parts about this that feel like kind of unpolished. Oh yeah, here's a fucking dumb issue that I noticed in episode 2. So they have this whole like post-apocalyptic society where they're, in a town, just chilling. Cedar Rapids or whatever. I don't understand why they don't have like a trench or like a moat surrounding, like for zombies, right? Like you're all anticipating zombies showing up, but you just have like a big door, like that they're gonna burst through. Like you can't just fortify a door. Why not have a moat, like a bridge or something? Like why not? You've been there. It seems like you've been there for a while. You have like an entire society there. Why not fortify it? Why not fortify it in any way that would like prevent your society from being destroyed? Okay, I'm just reading. So this was a while since I watched it. There's a funny shot at 34 minutes and 50 seconds on episode 2 where they're running around firing a pistol while running like a Walking Dead style, like Mario sound effect, Mario coin sound effect, Master Chief scream sound effect, Halo 1 death. Yeah, so a positive is, you know, I guess them setting up the Abby stuff earlier on, then it feels like, oh, there's like a foreboding thing coming for Joel, and that makes his death feel like less out of nowhere, I guess. Yeah, and like it feels less confusing and mishandled if it is feeling like an intentional part of like a buildup. I like that there was like more time to develop and like settle in terms of like trauma and processing. That was in episode 3. I wrote those notes. The whole town meeting, them voting to get revenge and how it's handled was so fucking cheesy and dumb. I liked the psychotherapist character. I felt like that was an interesting addition narratively. Oh my God. 46 minutes through episode 3, they're just sleeping in a fucking tent. And they have the lamp on for no reason, and they're just chatting in bed, which seems dumb and a waste of resources and unsafe in a zombie apocalypse scenario. These characters are not smart. I would love to see an end of the world, you know, apocalyptic, post-apocalyptic, whatever, where there's like a threat and the characters within the show or film or whatever, they've thought about things that people would think about. Like, come on. You can't just have them all be like, they wouldn't be alive if they were that dumb. They wouldn't still be alive. There'd be somebody that like some paranoid smart person would have a list of do's and don'ts that would be so thorough and make sure everybody in the village understands it to such a degree that like there would be no room for error, right? Like people are dumb, but like, I don't know, the surviving people being that dumb? I don't know. All right, episode 4. I said, still feels overwhelmingly silly, especially chronologically, now that they're on just a fucking revenge mission. Like the trajectory of the story now prioritizing revenge bad seems like such a waste of the universe that was set up previously. Feels difficult to relate to in terms of overall goal. There was a really cheesy cut to a shot of a skeleton. 34 minutes, 20 seconds. It was also fun watching this so late to compared to everybody else, because you could see the shots of Ellie like shooting like, and it's like it's just so obvious that, you know, the people posting that on Twitter just found like a bad frame, and it was just kind of, it was fun. It was fun watching the show knowing like, ooh, there's a doing the Leo pointing meme, like there's the frame, there's a bad frame. Ellie does a shit job at communicating that she's immune to Dina. That was annoying. Oh yeah, this sucked. I wasn't into the Ellie and Dina chemistry. Their acting and dialogue wasn't doing much for me. It felt better in the game from memory, although I'm not sure. But it's really not selling it here. Like their chemistry is just like feels non-existent, you know? Like it's just not compelling. Yeah, Dina as a character is definitely not interesting enough to be taking up half the main cast for so long. So it does really feel like, okay, well, Joel's not here, but Dina, great. That's a girl. So much of it is just the two of them and their acting and chemistry is not where it should be for that to happen. So yeah, maybe perhaps improved dialogue, writing in general, and then acting and just chemistry, you know? Like if we could just get more out of seeing the two of them communicate, that could save it. If it was just more compelling to watch those two characters, then it wouldn't feel like such a drop off. The Scars and Seraphites make more sense as a different enemy in a video game, but in the show, their inclusion just feels so cheesy. That's a note that I made for episode 5. It's a good thing I don't have many notes here. I can just kind of get my general thoughts out. All right, so episode 6 out of 7. I liked this episode. There's the flashback episode with Joel, Dinosaur Museum, and then yeah, like now that they're bringing back the Ellie Joel dynamic, you just kind of see how much that's improved. You know, like you kind of just see what you're missing again, which is just kind of like, ugh, damn, like it's just not as good anymore without him. Oh my god, Joey Pants is in this. That was a fun thing with his character. What was kind of interesting about this, I was over at a friend's house who was watching through The Last of Us Season 2 with his roommate. And I just wanted to hang out. I had not started episode 1 by this point. So this is like as the episodes were coming out. And they were watching this episode. And I watched it and I was like, oh, okay, yeah. It looks like they're handling Season 2 all right. And then that just turned out to be like the best episode of the season that I just happened to watch out of order, and then watch through the rest of them. I'm like, damn, what? This is fucking not great. Let's see. Yeah, the scenario with them finding Joey Pants, being faced to make the tough decision of taking him back to see his wife or not. Joel obviously not wanting to take those risks as a character, you know, consistent with his character. Ellie tries to give him his dying wish, and that's what makes for an interesting dynamic, right? Their conflicts, their the core of their characters butting heads, despite, you know, them being companions and they love each other, but like they have fundamental differences about like how they see people and how they treat people, and the risks in the world and like what risks they're willing to take, etc. And they're both scarred by different past experiences, and just watching those two characters like battle it out is really nice. Yeah, I love that quote. Last words. I don't need last words for her. I need last words for me. Love it. That was great. Oh yeah, and then seeing Joel break down when confronted at the end. Great stuff. Great scene. Here's a fun note I left at the end of this episode. Ellie should be having babies if she cares about the human race so much and is pissed about Joel for not letting her die. Also, the doctors should have tried that first instead of potentially killing the only immune person. Study her blood for a bit for like more than a day before scooping her brains out. He's a fucking veterinarian. Might have been his fetish. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, Ellie, if you're gonna freak out over like having your life saved, are you doing anything for the? Do you even know, like, if you had a baby that they would be immune or not? You don't even want to try. Don't even want to, like, you know. I get it. I get it. You're not into dudes. You don't want a turkey base. You're willing to die, but you're not willing to like be pregnant. You're willing to die for the human race, but you're not willing to like. You're willing to end your life permanently, but you're not willing to go through a temporary discomfort. Look, I get it. I get it. That sounds hella disrespectful to women, but I think given her character and given what she's communicated before, I don't know, I'd fucking do it. I'd get preggers to save the planet. Also, yeah, they should have just studied her blood. Why? I don't know. Yeah, that's something that some character should be bringing up to her. Like, hey, look, Joel killed those guys, but like, dude was a veterinarian, and he was just going to scoop your brains out and maybe kill you and not even get anything out of it? How do we even know that that was going to save anybody? They didn't even want to like study you for more than a day before killing you. Like, oh yeah, you have to kill her. You have to kill her to do it. Okay. Not even going to try anything else. Okay. All right. Episode 7, the final episode of the season. Me complaining about Dina chemistry. Me saying, geez, I'm bored again. Even Jesse can't fill the Joel-sized void. Difficult to empathize with Ellie. She's kind of an idiot. Boat flip also. Her getting mad at everyone over being selfish, etc. Yeah, that was so weird that she like crashed her boat and then was about to get disemboweled by the Seraphite / Scars, and then like escaped and then just did she get a new boat or did she? I think that was the same boat. Like, I'm so confused. It was a new boat? She managed to wash up on shore right next to a boat? I think that's what happened. Yeah, here's another point. The violence feels way less brutal than the game. That's a big problem. Yeah, I was super conflicted on this season. Like, I watched through the whole thing. It wasn't like the boringest thing ever every episode. Like, some episodes were boring. Episode 6 was like solid. I liked episode 6, but like most of them I wouldn't be saying like, oh, that was good. I'd just be saying like, oh, it was fine. Some of them were boring and bad. Like, I don't know. Like it just, it's kind of funny they had the opportunity to change some things from the show and maybe fix how they handled some things. But, you know, even though they kind of did at points, it just, benefits do not outweigh the flaws. Like, the positive changes do not outweigh the negative ones. And just lack of substantial, meaningful, positive change overall. So, I gave this season a 5 out of 10. I gave this season a 5 out of 10. I think that's fair. And so I changed my rating. Let's see, on the show. If I can remember where I put that. The Last of Us. I changed my rating. So I think I gave it an 8 after season 1, and then I bumped it down to a 7. For the whole show so far. And we'll see what happens, because there's one more season, I guess. I don't know what the fuck they're going to do. It seems like they're just... It seems like they're just going to make something that everybody kind of hates or something. But damn. I like season 1, episode 3. It's a great short film. I wonder if I could just watch the first season again, like in its entirety or not. Okay, let's see. What else we got here? In my title, I mentioned Tribeca 2025. So what happened was there's... I was getting a bit of my energy back over time after being like so fucking... Here, I guess I can remove this thing. So fucking like brain fogged and sick that I started being like, oh hell yeah, I'm down to do film festivals again. And it started with South by Southwest. I was like, okay, wow, I can actually manage being out, even though I got sick halfway through that one. I mean, after a couple days I got sick again, but having like baby steps in terms of like recovering from all my weird health shit that's still not explained. And I did Seattle Film Festival. I did that in person. There's a video for it. That was fun. And then I was like, oh, maybe I'll do Tribeca. And so, but I sent an application like way later than I should have. And I got approved, but only for like online virtual, which didn't have the full program. So there's a lot of stuff that I probably would have seen in person had I been there, but didn't. And I was gonna make a video, like just record it like I did my Seattle Film Festival one. But I wasn't able to do that before fucking TIFF started, and I've ran out of time. So the only way I can make a video about the films that I watched about Tribeca is just by doing it like this. I just ran out of time. I want to make a real video for my TIFF shit, and in order to do that, I need to do this with Tribeca. So with Tribeca being the less important festival that I'm not even, you know, I do TIFF every year. Obviously, TIFF is the priority. So, but there's some interesting stuff, and I'll talk about it. First, I guess before I forget, I think it's called Lemonade Blessing. So even though this wasn't on the official list of things that I had access to virtually, this was something where I guess one of my viewers posted in my subreddit saying, "Oh, I noticed that you're doing Tribeca stuff. I have a film that's premiering there." And so they sent me a screener, and I started the movie and I really enjoyed it. And I haven't gotten around to finishing it, but like quite genuinely, like, I don't know, I saw the first like 30 minutes. And that was like at least a 7 from what I saw. And looking right now, it's got a pretty, I don't know why I didn't put this on my watch list officially. It's got a pretty good user rating, like 8.1 out of 10 from the people that have seen it so far. So just wanted to say to the person who sent me their film, I have not abandoned or forgotten about it. Really enjoyed what I saw so far. Kind of like young actors, and it's for sure a comedy. It's kind of like edgy. It's about like, you know, growing up in like a super religious environment, and yeah, I think it was like kind of 4:3 aspect ratio. I'm trying to remember. I was watching it a while ago, but I still have the screener. I will finish it because I really enjoyed what I saw so far. Not giving an official rating right now, but just, I know you're watching, and I just wanted to not be like, ooh, too important to watch that screener. I really enjoyed what I saw. So shout out to Lemonade Blessing. I legitimately was enjoying it. So, all right. And then out of the things that I did watch on the actual portal for Tribeca, typing with one hand, I'm so sorry. So a lot of these are indie movies or film festival stuff. Okay, I'll be talking about more stuff, but I'm just going through my ratings. Going through my ratings in order. There was a film called On a String. Let me grab my notes, because I think I did all my Tribeca notes in one of these books. And I'm just going to see which book. Where is this? Okay, this is my South by stuff. Oh, here we go. I found the right notebook on my first try. There's like 4 notebooks here. Ugh. Also on Patreon, if you're waiting for more scans of my notebooks, I am unable to right now. You still have access to all the old ones, fucking like a decade's worth of them. But because of my arm shit, I'm just like more clicking and typing and photographing and all that shit. I just can't right now. So what I've done in the meantime, patrons, just letting you know, anybody on that tier, what I've done in the meantime is I've given you access to the voting stuff, like the people that were grandfathered in that wouldn't normally get the voting tier. By being on that, I've been just giving you access to the votes in the meantime because I feel bad about it. But yeah, let me know if there's any issues. Anybody DM me on Patreon or whatever. On a String. So this is a film that did this even have a trailer? It's directed by Isabel Hagen, if I pronounced that name correctly. And it's a very, very ambitious movie. It's her directorial debut feature length. And it follows a classical musician. I think, does she have a violin or a viola? I don't remember. But she's got an instrument. It's kind of funny. They actually touch on tendonitis in the film. They talk about the character like trying to prevent tendonitis or like playing through it and kind of being frustrated and just kind of being a workaholic. I'm like, okay, wow, that kind of resonated with me. But yeah, ambitious film because she wrote, directed, and starred in the film. She's very clearly borrowing from her own life to create this. It feels very authentic. And I was enjoying quite a bit of it. But it just didn't quite pass the threshold for like, you know, happy to promote, everybody's got to see this sort of thing. There's parts, there's like entire scenes even that feel like, oh damn, like this feels like a really low budget, like, yeah, like kind of go the lighting in some scenes. Let's see if I wrote these down in my notes. Let's see if I got really specific over some of these. Yeah. So there's like a bar scene where the lighting is like way too bright. So in the context of what they're showing in the film, there's nothing to have us believe in the context of the film that it's like closed, the venue's closed and trying to kick people out or anything. It's just like, holy fuck, the lighting is so bright and unnatural. Like just a very unintentional thing. But yeah, just like the performance of the presentation of certain scenes really like just, I understand it's indie, you know, one person writing, directing, and starring. But yeah, there's some technical things that needed some polishing for sure. The extras in this film, especially in the bar scene too, like they just weren't very well coordinated. Like it didn't feel polished. And you know, and not being like, it should be the new Paul Thomas Anderson or anything like that. It just shouldn't be taking me out of the movie, right? You should plan and coordinate things in a way where if you know you're going to have limitations, or if you can potentially telegraph or anticipate any kind of limitations that might show up on screen, that you'd want to account for those in a creative way, because no one's forcing you to shoot things in that exact same way. You know, like no one's forcing you to have that many extras in the scene. You could have a reason in the script why there aren't, maybe, you know, like, you know, if they're just going to show up and just kind of take me out of the movie. Yeah, it feels very autobiographical. Okay, yeah, there's also some weird performance issues in this movie. Let's see if I can find it exactly what I said about this. Oh my god. Some of these I tried writing with my left hand and it just did not go well. Sorry. Yeah, this was apparently crowdfunded too, so it was like super cheap. Definitely needed more production value. It would be very interesting to see what she does with a higher budget, because the script is funny. Like, she's funny. She is funny as a lead, and the script is funny. It was very charming. It's like short and sweet too. It's under 90 minutes. It's under 80 minutes. Yeah, let's see. There was a performance issue that I had, and I just want to like find in my notes exactly what. Yeah, so some of the line delivery feels very unnatural, and it feels like acting, not like characters, right? And at points, it's like, you know, relatively forgivable for the genre and the tone. It doesn't appear to take itself too seriously. I also like the way that music was incorporated, because obviously they're musicians, so I loved hearing like the classical music of the quartet kind of like incorporating itself into the tones of the film. I liked that a lot. Also, it's really nice to see a movie featuring instruments being played and having the instrument, you know, the performances feel authentic and not just like, oh, we're pretending to play instruments. It's like, okay, no, yeah, this is a musician making a movie, which is really nice, really refreshing to see. Great concept, great scenarios. Yeah, again, the writing's really funny and she's really funny. And the situations that it sets up and the way that like certain scenes would end. Like, there's definitely a lot of talent coming from Isabel Hagen when it comes to creating a comedy. Just needs more production value. Just needs more, like, you need more money and like the best team, right? And I think that she'll do something really cool in the future. Because I think that this is, you know, an experience, directorial debut. I think this is something that she can learn from and be able to really hone in on what worked about it, what didn't work about it, and yeah, use that information for her next project. I'd be very interested in seeing her next project. But yeah, multiple actors with like really awkward line delivery that doesn't feel intentional and just needs to be more polished. Some of the editing I enjoyed, but like wound up feeling like a bit stilted and unpolished by the end of it. It did this like really kind of boring thing where, like, you know, too often in a conversation, A camera, B camera, and then the line would cut just basically like ready for the next person to be talking. And so it just felt a little too like mechanical and clinical, but not in a meticulous way, but in a like, well, we checked the box kind of way. For like, there needed to be a bit more expression with the editing when it came to like the character conversation scenes, I feel, especially for a movie that is otherwise like, you know, like really great with its tone. Yeah, biggest strength is the writing. Biggest weakness is the acting, line delivery. The best performance in the movie was Dylan Baker, who's been in a bunch of shit. Dylan Baker is a guy. He was in Happiness. Yeah, he had a pretty major role in that film. But yeah, that guy's the most recognizable actor, and he did the best job. He was immune to the weird line delivery issue that other people were having. And then Isabel, you know, as the lead, she was awesome. She was great. Great first feature. Not so great that I'm going to be like, yeah, buying a Blu-ray or anything, but a really great proof of concept that Isabel has talent. She knows what she's doing when it comes to like comedic writing. Maybe she needs to be on a team. Like maybe she needs to work with other people and be less of the person in charge, like directing. I don't know, but whatever you wind up doing, even if it's just as simple as like having a better team, you're still in control, more money. I'd be interested in seeing whatever you do next. Great first feature. For now, I'm giving this one a 6 out of 10. So still positive rating, very flawed, very cheap, crowdfunded. Kind of lost me at the end, pacing and like intrigue wise. Needed a stronger third act for sure, but some really like promising stuff. Hopefully, you never know. We'll see. Yeah, I would recommend. It was not a waste of time, and it's really good to, you know, if you want to be on the cusp, have your finger on the pulse of like up and coming filmmakers. I feel like that could easily, you know, that could easily be one. Yeah, I think we'll be seeing more of her in the future, regardless of how this film like does financially, I guess. I'm gonna pee, and then I'll be right back, and we'll talk about the next Tribeca thing. What happened to my thing here? Oh, here it is. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, all right, BRB.
shake me rabo da tute. Kameste jaska mamaki casa. Hola.
Now introducing Church's spicier spicy chicken. Chicken and fries. Now introducing Church's spicier spicy chicken.
I love myself some Church's chicken. Listen, folks, I ain't playing. I go to a party and chicken ain't there. I guess you know I ain't staying. Gotta have chicken on my mind. Only at churches will I stand in line for the Church's spicy chicken. So hot will have your taste buds kicking. Now listen, I know you're thinking, man, that's some spicy old chicken. But get yourself some iced tea, swish it all around, swallow that thing and put it on down for the chicken and fries. Yeah, chicken. Chicken and fries. Oh, give me that chicken. Oh yeah. Deep and fried is pleasing to my eyes. From miles away, I can't spot a thigh. Tender, crispy taste, leaving nothing to go to waste. Eat it down to the bone. If not, you know I'm taking it home. Chewing the gristle, trying to savor that spicy flavor. I'm telling you, it never gets old. I keep coming back, wanting more of that chicken. Chicken and fries. I love that chicken.
With my chin up high. Oh, you think I'm ugly? I don't care. You think I'm dumb? I don't care. You think I'm scum? I don't care. Bitch, I make my money. Party till I die. With my chin up high. Fuck 'em all, fuck 'em back.
Okay. Ow. A little bit of chocolate. Just give me 1 second here. Just seeing if there's trailer footage. Yeah, there is. Just remind me of the visuals here. Oh yeah, I was gonna. There's a big pile of laundry behind me because I'm trying not to do much with my arm. Excuse me. Okay, here's my notes. Okay, so there's another film called Dog of God. This was another one I watched. Tribeca through their online portal thing. It is very weird. There's a trailer for it on YouTube if you search Dog of God. It's rotoscoped, but like closer to Joel Haver than like Richard Linklater. So they call it rotoscoped, but like they definitely are using like a filter. This is not this is not like a bunch of artists like hand painting every frame. I'm sure a lot of it has like touch-ups. I'm sure, like obviously there's artists involved in like creating the background and like certain objects and various things that would appear in the scene. But like in terms of like the animation techniques, I'm pretty sure this is like filtered and not actual rotoscoping. Either way, it looks really cool. You get the, genuine human movement, the genuine human performance captured in this weird animated movie that is like very explicit and profane and just like shocking in ways where it's like clearly just trying to be shocking, but like it's not like Sausage Party. It's not like they said fuck and like that's what you're just supposed to like. This is something where it's like, oh, what they're showing is like, what the fuck? What am I watching? Like, it's kind of a weird trip. It's I think I actually tweeted about this and I used words that I want to remember. So I will look at my Twitter. Typing with one hand. Be patient with me, please. I am injured. There we go. As per my tweet, Dog of God was tons of fun. A Latvian rotoscope, in quotes, with loads of style and a great variety of color palettes. It is explicit, debaucherous, that's the word I forgot, debaucherous, and often nonsensical, a thoroughly engaging visual treat that is both disgusting and beautiful. And yeah, I agree with that shit, okay? I agree with my own words that I said about a movie. It's 90 minutes. It does feel a bit longer than 90 minutes. The story is nonsensical enough where it's like, what? Like, I'll watch it a second time and have like a better grasp on like the things that are happening. But with how it presents itself and how wacky it is and how like varied it feels in terms of like what it's showcasing visually, it's just a fun movie to watch. Like, I would buy this on Blu-ray. I'll watch it again for sure. I'm excited to see it get released in some form. I would like a physical release. There's a lot of nudity in this film. It's animated. Yeah, I don't know if that makes a difference, but penis, cleavage, titties. There's some shots where like there's two of them that I could think of where it's like, okay, that didn't look great. You needed to fix that one, sort of thing. But otherwise, like, very visually appealing film. Like, I love the variety of color palettes. It's bizarre, it's outrageous, it's disgusting, it's grotesque. It's something where it's clear that what they're doing as filmmakers and with their budget, they're trying to create something to the best effect that they can out of having very little to work with. But given the tools that they have, even though they're, it's clearly not super high budget and they don't have like a gigantic team, given the tools that they do have, they're doing so much with what they're able to do, right? They're doing so much with the tools that they do have. They're still managing to get shots that have like great lighting, a great style, interesting silhouettes. Like, there's a vision there. It's compelling just from purely a visual standpoint. Let's see. Some very funny voice acting despite not understanding the language. That's one of my notes. It's not just profane without any substance. The vision works. It's clear and well realized. It kept my attention the entire time. It is much better than Spine of Night, which I think I saw at Fantasia, which was another rotoscoped movie, a recent rotoscope movie, that kind of, I guess it just takes itself a little too seriously, and it's not as like varied in its style, and it kind of feels like a lot of the same for most of the film. And I liked Spine of Night. I liked that movie. But this just kind of like takes almost like a similar concept for like filmmaking even, or, you know, like almost like it's kind of similar style, but just manages to do so much more with it. There's a lot of fun and modern energy in the score, but it's still definitely complementary to the overall style. It was genuinely funny. I loved the visual experience. It was very entertaining and unique. See it in a crowd if possible. I don't know if that's going to be a possibility for most people. I think it's still playing at a few different film festivals. I don't know if New York Film Fest has already happened. I think it was on the in the programming for that, but you know, there's yeah, keep your eye out for, if you're a film festival type person, keep your eye out, because this might be in the programming for things that are happening soon. So yeah, be aware that this film exists and try to see it. The soundtrack might not work if it wasn't already visually. I had messy writing. I was confused at that word too. So visually modern with its rotoscoping style. Because of its modern rotoscoping style, the modernistic elements of the soundtrack work better because both complement each other. Simultaneously disgusting and beautiful. And I want to watch a second time. I would buy this on 4K. And even though it was confusing at points, I kind of loved how confusing it was from a nonsensical perspective. High fun levels. It knows what it is. And Flow got a special thanks along with Blender. So I guess they used Blender, and I guess Flow is also Latvian. So it's kind of cool, yeah, seeing this. Like, Flow was like wholesome enough that a kid could probably watch it, you know? Whereas like this, ow, same country. Shouldn't be doing that with that arm. Fuck. Same country, very different goals. Very different audience. I would love to watch this in a crowd. I would love to watch Dog of God in a crowd. I don't know if I'll ever be able to. Maybe I'll just host it on like movie night or something. I don't know. I haven't done one of those in 27 years. All right, what else we got from Tribeca? Some of them were kind of boring and I didn't finish them. Did I finish that one? I barely remember this fucking movie. Apparently I finished it. Wow, I shouldn't even... No, wait, actually no. There's no way I finished it. What? I barely wrote any notes. There's no way. Oh, okay, this one was kind of interesting. Yeah, okay, here. I didn't watch that many. I didn't watch that many for Tribeca. So I'm glad I'm doing it this way just because, honestly, I feel like this is the most we're getting out of it in terms of like the in-depth nature that I'm going to talk about this. The End of Quiet. Me writing with my left hand is so fucking messy. I can't. Jesus Christ. I tried. It doesn't work very well. I just gotta like suffer and not write as much. The End of Quiet. Very well shot. It was nice and calm. It was like a little character piece on a small town in West Virginia, or like an area, a remote, disconnected zone is what IMDb says. And so people go here to not be affected by like technology signals. And this is a documentary. And it's less about that. So basically, yeah, so this area has like a telescope that is really sensitive, and so like they have to not have, what is it, radio frequencies or something? I don't remember all the details. But basically it's like a dead zone for like types of technology. I think like even cell phone signals, like If someone's like allergic to 5G or whatever they think, then they go here. And so just kind of seeing the characters in this town, like some of them grew up there. They're not like all in that situation. Some of them grew up there. There's like a really nice, bond between like an old man who loves guns and his granddaughter, and just like teaching her to shoot. Just very like, it's West Virginia, I think, right? Yeah, it is West Virginia. Very like America, but like wholesome and nice. You kind of, you just like don't think about the bad parts, right? Just focus in on this nice relationship between an old man and his granddaughter. And they didn't, of course, like the movie's not about anything political. It's just kind of like a calm, well shot character documentary. Great sound design too. Great music. It is somber. It is contemplative. I remember me being corrected by Google for that one. Meditative. Yeah, just watching these people just have like conversations with each other and like their own versions of like their own philosophies, and almost kind of like a Linklater thing, but not quite. Strangely philosophical at points. It was nice. It was sweet. It was comforting. Endearing. It was cute. Okay, I wrote down kind of the logistical thing here too. It's the National Radio Quiet Zone for radio astronomy. Anyway, yeah, this movie, great sense of tone, great sense of atmosphere, interesting characters, great cinematography. It was short, it was sweet. Hour 23 minutes. 7 out of 10. I like this movie. Would recommend The End of Quiet. Okay, I didn't finish this one because it was episodic. So they showed I finished everything that I could have at South by. Let's see. I showed everything that I could have at South by. It's a doc TV show that I just like. The subject matter is like so kind of like irritating and gross. It's about like what year was it? 2018. Yeah. So there was I'm trying not to get demonetized. Sadist leaks of like a couple, like at least one prominent furries, and very, very disgusting, disturbing stuff where it's like, okay, these people are fucking monsters. And I was watching this out of curiosity because, like as a furry, I kind of have some kind of investment on like, okay, how are they what's their angle here? Is this made by people in the community? Is it made by, people who have an ability to be thorough with, fact checking, and are they going to mention this aspect of the story? Or, I found myself just like kind of being intrigued just through that association. And so unfortunately it does feel really like sensationalist, like so much of the goal of this show wasn't really to like get to the bottom of something, and it wasn't really to like share and showcase like details or aspects of like a community, or like it was just like a kind of like a trash TV thing. And then so that was kind of disappointing. I guess not a lot of people saw it, and so I was kind of even conflicted about whether or not I would talk about this, because I'm like, does anybody even need to fucking see this thing? Yeah, some some disappointing aspects in terms of like what it's doing with like B-roll. You know, they'll get people to like recreate certain things. They'll be like, oh, can you act like you were doing this on this day, but like wear your fursuit paws? And it's just so obvious that like the producers are telling them to do this shit, and it's just like, oh god. And it doesn't work in terms, because the seriousness of like what they're talking about, right? Like the seriousness of like the things that happen, like disgusting, terrible crimes, doesn't really gel well with like the, oh, let's recreate the scene, but like you're getting handcuffed with your fursuit paws on. It's like, fuck off. It just seems so sensationalist and like you just want to make a spectacle and that's it. Like it doesn't feel like it was appropriately handled. The detective characters themselves, the real people who are the detectives, you know, they were showcased in like mostly good way. Like it was nice to show that like, okay, yeah, an important thing to remember about this is like, you know, there were people, the majority of people in the fandom were like, hey, this is bad, let's call it out. And people actively investigated and actively were trying to, you know, get justice in this situation. So that was good to show. Sorry, I'm just like looking through my notes now. And again, I only watched the first 2 episodes. Where did I put episode 1 notes? Oh, there. Yeah, they're kind of like in different spots here. Yeah, cheesy as fuck B-roll. Not giving a great amount of like context for people that don't know what furries are. That was kind of annoying. If I was making such a documentary, I would probably, you know, give, I don't know, like information on like the guess as to like how many furries exist in the world, you know, things like that. So that it's not, you know, if grandma is watching this or whatever, not left with like a weird, like, oh, it's just these people sort of thing. Let's see. Yeah, there's like, there was a vibe throughout watching the show that like I just couldn't shake, where like so much of it was just kind of like a, look at these freaks. And then, you know, the opposing nature of like also being like, yeah, but these guys are good, and like trying to stop it, and like verbally saying, you know, supportive things about the community, but then like it felt conflicting. Like I don't know what it was. Oh yeah, they were using AI art for their animations. That was annoying. They talked about Tony the Tiger Gate, and then they used AI art for like the profile screenshots, which was like kind of, again, just I don't know, it just feels like a really cheesy kind of shit show. And then yeah, the kind of things that pissed me off. There's a person who I'm not even going to name that's like, I guess if you know anything about like this event, you'd know the name already, but whatever. But like this person, clearly not only like a terrible person, but like an attention-seeking narcissist. And I feel like it was just kind of irresponsible signing him up and just being like, oh, hey, you want to be interviewed? And like the interview was, they barely pushed back. Like they pushed back on a couple things he said, but like, I don't know, if you're going to interview him at all, like you gotta have a better plan. You gotta like have a better plan of, I don't know if attack is the right word, but like being able to orchestrate that interview in a way where you can do more in terms of like catching him on the clear things he's lying about, right? If any one of the 3 like detectives featured in this were the people like interviewing him, if they were allowed to be coming up with interview questions, like there would have been so much more good done in this situation. And so it's just like, I don't know, why are you even making the show? if you're not trying to do good in this situation. I don't know. It was kind of disappointing. And I guess maybe I'll finish the other 2 episodes at some point, but like, yeah. I was kind of just rage watching it. It was a very unpleasant experience. The presentation was like a standard TV documentary, but yeah, it was just like not a very well handled documentary for the subject matter. I gave it a 5 out of 10, which I feel is pretty generous. Only watched the first 2 episodes, but I guess I'll watch more at some point. And then is there anything else I watched at Tribeca? Let's see. I think I finished Take the Money and Run, and I gave it a 6 out of 10. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, that was a. I just kind of forgot about it. It was generally well produced. I don't want to. Okay, we're getting to the point where like, I don't want to spend too much more time talking about these movies that like no one's heard of. Let's see. Fuck. Some of these I forgot I watched. That's what kind of pisses me off. I'm like, what's the point of even talking about some of these if I don't even remember watching them? They clearly didn't like leave that much of an impression on me. So I'll give like a little quick without even like showing the title on screen. So Take the Money and Run was a documentary. I gave a 6 out of 10. It was funny. It was good. Look up the synopsis. A dude in Denmark was like, I'm gonna do art by stealing money, and then there was a debate over it. It was kind of funny, but like, yeah, not incredible or anything. Honeyjoon, Honeyjoon. I gave a 6 as well. But yeah, just fucking forgot about it, and I finished it. I watched the whole thing. Yeah, it was going for like a. Oh yeah, I remember now. I was loving the first like third of this film and the dynamic between the mother and daughter, and it was like very fun to watch. It worked well as a comedy, and then a third character gets added into the story, and then the dynamic just doesn't work anymore, and then it was just boring. So it kind of just like fizzled out over time, and it was kind of disappointing. 6 out of 10 for that. And then, yeah, just little speed run reviews for the rest of the Tribeca stuff. What was this other one? Ride or Die? What was this? Did I rate this? Did I forget to rate it? Hold on. Maybe I couldn't rate it at the time. Sometimes it won't let me. What was Ride or Die? Oh yeah, 2025. Here we go. Okay, I guess I didn't rate this, and it looks like, according to my notes, I finished it. Yeah, okay, 5. What did I give this? It just felt... Okay, yeah, I'm not going to say anything. I barely fucking remember this film. Apparently it went from a 7 to a 5 over the course of the film and just started like falling apart. And one of my notes is, what the fuck is this ending? Unsatisfying, lots of talent, needs more work. Yeah, okay, rushed nature of some scenes. Started good, but then turned to shit. I'm going to give it a 5 because I forgot to, apparently. Ride or Die. All right. Now we're going to keep going through my ratings because there's a bunch of other shit. What did I talk about? All right, there's my Seattle Film Fest stuff. Did I talk about... Do I need to talk about the thing? I think that was just fine for the watch along. Did I talk about Superman? No, I didn't. Did I talk about Superman or Man of Steel? I think I just did on the podcast. I think it's been a while. I didn't even put that in the frickin' thumbnail or title, right? Did I? I didn't talk about that yet on this channel. Right? Where's the YMS podcast? Well, the podcast is SARDONICAST, and we're doing episode 200. It's got I Hate Everything, Alex, and it's got Jake from Man Carrying Thing, and what are we talking about with borders? Okay. Is my chat like way far behind? I'm just gonna refresh it. Okay, Superman. All right. Yeah. So I prepared for the. I'll put this on thing. Superman. I prepared for the James Gunn Superman by watching Man of Steel. And also the 1970s Superman. 1978. Which people were saying... Wait, is this... Do I have notes for this? People were saying was an actually good movie. And I was like, what? Because it wasn't even on my radar for... Ooh, I didn't even talk about Eddington on this channel. I'll leave this open here. I didn't even know it was like a movie I was supposed to watch in terms of like... Sometimes films will be... I'll be aware of them. And it'll be like, okay, this is like allegedly a classic or whatever. But I just don't add them to like my list of priorities because I don't know if it's just only remembered because it's a superhero thing or because it's like an actually good movie. Let's see if I can find my notes. Here we go, Superman. All right, we'll start with the 1978 one. I think this is the order that I watched. I don't remember. One arm. Remember, I got one arm right now. Be patient. Okay. Directed by Richard Donner. Starring Christopher Reeve. And Marlon Brando is in it. And Gene Hackman. Wait, was it Marlon? No, it was just Gene Hackman, not Marlon Brando. Man, Marlon Brando's not in it. It is Gene Hackman. It's just Gene Hackman. I was crazy. Very charming 1970s special effects. It's fun to watch. I like movies from the 70s. Even... Not every movie from the 70s, but like the 70s is like a nice decade in terms of like the type of charm that I'm looking for like an old retro kind of nostalgic feeling movie. Seeing 1970s special effects and even set design is always just there's some charm about it that just like clicks with me. Some really cool effects for the time period. Great music. And surprisingly, it handled its serious emotions very well. I thought that Christopher Reeve was the best Superman out of the three that I watched for this. I feel like he handled his serious emotions and like dramatic scenes very, very well. There was one issue that was kind of funny, logistical dumb issue, where they're like both flying through the sky. I don't understand how she was flying with him as he's like holding her finger. Like, would she not just be like pulled by her finger? Like, what are you sharing your powers with her? Like that didn't, what? I don't know how that made any sense. And then there was like a really cringe internal monologue for Lois during this flying scene. The kryptonite drowning scene was very funny. I remember that. Oh yeah. It's kind of weird, like grapey stuff in this. Miss Techmaster is like kissing him just before she saves him. Because she, quote, didn't think he would let her after, which is like, what the heck? And then she says, "Why can't I get it on with the good guys?" The answer is because you you assault people in a not fun way. Let's see. Yeah, Superman going under the earth and lifting up the ground. That was a really ridiculous but fun visual thing. Yeah, I like how that looked. Again, nostalgic 70s effects. Him saving the train by becoming part of the track. That was very fun. This is a movie that's definitely worth watching. It's not great. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Should I even have the spoiler tag? We're getting like parts near the end. I'll just put up the spoiler tag just in case, even though it's an old movie. I've already said too much, but you know. I'm trying my best, everybody. Oops. We've been streaming for 2 hours already. Isn't it crazy how time flies when you're talking about movies? Right? Yeah, so Lois's car becoming... Hey, Lois. Her car becoming engulfed in, like, dirt while she's trying to escape. That was kind of fucking terrifying in terms of, like, a concept and the way that they showed it also. Great effects, great sequence. There's some kind of like obvious miniatures depending on the shot, but overall, love the retro practical effects. And also, when Lois dies, Christopher Reeve, he screams in agony, and I believe it. Very effective, very awesome to see in a superhero movie. I guess at the time it wasn't really a genre, you know. Him reversing time by flying fast does not make any fucking sense to me. I don't understand why that's just a thing. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand why people think that that's a thing that would happen. You go around the Earth so many times, then time goes backwards. What? If you do it fast enough, you're going backwards in time. What? That doesn't make any sense. That makes zero sense. Overall, good, cute, charming. And after he goes back in time, I don't know why there wasn't an earthquake, because he didn't stop the earthquake, right? That was weird. You can't pretend like it was going to happen later, because like in the first timeline, her car was only stalled for like a bit right before she died. So high 6 out of 10 for Superman 1978. Ooh. Did I write notes for Man of Steel? Oh, I think I did on my laptop. Here we go. Man, now you're a man of steel. Okay. I'm trying, everybody. I'm trying. Everything's tough now. Man of Steel. This movie was fucking shit. It is really funny with Snyder fans, like this is like a masterpiece to them, I guess. Like seeing what they love about his films, just like I do not connect with it at all. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. Who did the score? Like Hans Zimmer. It was kind of just getting more generic as it went along. There were like some moments where it sounded all right. Near the beginning, it sounded fine. Very cheesy line deliveries from Michael Shannon. It didn't really feel like a movie that easily could have been the start of an entire cinematic universe. It felt more like a movie that was just something that from the time period that easily could have been forgotten. Right? It just felt like a movie from what, 2011? When was it? 2013? Yeah, it just felt like another movie from then. There's nothing about it that would make anyone go like, oh yeah, start an entire cinematic universe. But because they already have the property of DC and people were anticipating that sort of thing, they wanted to compete with Marvel. It was just kind of like, okay, well, I guess this is happening. But the film itself didn't justify that, you know? Like, there was nothing about the movie that justified that. Amy Adams was bad in this, which is weird because she's usually, like, every other thing I've seen her in, she's been great, I think. Like, most of what I've seen her in, she's been great. At around this time, like, what was she in? She was like, this was like right between like Arrival and like Nocturnal Animals or what? Like, yeah, like right before Arrival. Wait, no, where is this? 2013. She was just in The Master. She was just in The Master. And then in Her and American Hustle, and she's just this fucking weird stain, Man of Steel. What the fuck? She doesn't belong in this. She was kind of shitting it. I guess she wasn't trying. She didn't really need to. No one else was. Yeah. Henry Cavill gives a very like robotic performance. I've called out this type of acting like in my Saw review. I'll be talking about like how Jill in Saw 6 or 7, she's like trying to look pretty and act at the same time. She's performing, but has more of a goal for, oh, I'm so scared right now, rather than like performing the actually being scared. Same fucking thing is happening with Henry Cavill in this movie, where he's trying to look fucking pretty. He's trying to look pretty and act at the same time. Like, I can never take him seriously. He's like fucking Derek Zoolander, you know? Like doing these fucking like almost like Jaden Smith faces. Like, it's, I don't understand why there's fanboys for this guy's portrayal of Superman. Like, it's terrible. Like, literally doing Zoolander and like puppy dog sad-eyed faces. Like, he's trying to pose for like fucking Instagram continuously. So much of it. Timestamp 46 minutes if you're curious. That's where one of my notes is. 47 minutes, 30 seconds. And another one, right? Wow. Also, his face in the scene where he lasers Amy Adams is funny, is what I wrote. At around 50 minutes through the film, almost an hour, I wrote, it really does seem like they forgot to make it fun. It's a superhero movie. They're taking itself way too seriously. I wrote down one of Amy's terrible line deliveries, 53 minutes and 30 seconds. I figured if I turned enough stones, you'd eventually find me. I don't remember how she said that line, but apparently it was terrible according to my notes. We get to the tornado scene, which is like one of the funniest things in the world. There's a YMS clip. There's a clip on the Clips channel. Superman's normie dad dies, and Superman just decides not to save him for some reason. And also, like, he doesn't like get swept away by the tornado. The tornado just kind of like fades into him as like a video effect. You know, like just fading into the dust, motionless. Like, goodbye. What the fuck? It was so shit. It was hilarious. So yeah, if you want to see me react to that scene in the real time, check out the YMS Clips channel. Yeah. The camera work at 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 30 seconds. I wrote, so fucking shaky and during dialogue with stationary characters. Feels so fucking unmotivated. Feels like they're filming every scene from like 200 feet away with a telephoto lens or some shit. Like, yeah, no reason, nothing motivating the camera work. It's just weird shaky cam bullshit for no reason. Lens flare for no reason. Unmotivated. Digital crank zooms in the CG shots, like when you're seeing like a ship. Like, never seen in any other context throughout the entire film. Clark and Lois have zero chemistry throughout the entire film. 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 50 seconds. Funny ass shot of Lois screaming and spinning. A lot of terrible looking effects. A cringe slide. I guess the character movement. Lots of product placements. IHOP, 7-Eleven, U-Haul, Sears. And then apparently, yeah, like at somewhere around an hour and 45, I wrote, holy fuck, the last hour has been so insanely boring. Wilhelm screams for some reason. Implied deaths of millions of people, but we only see a couple die in bullshit nonsense ways. Fucking meaningless. And then during all of this like chaos and destruction, we see reaction shots of like the regular citizens. And I wrote, all of these reaction shots of people in the streets as fight is happening. They all feel so phony and meaningless, also vapid. Are these people not scared or trying to run anywhere? Like several 9/11s are happening all around them right now. But they're just so awe-inspired that they turned into calm observers. It's all so fucking phony and vapid. There's no soul. It doesn't come from a real place. Embarrassing. All of this death means nothing. Oh god, yeah, this also pissed me off about the score. So there's this huge section, well, important. I don't know if it's huge time-wise, but it's an important section in my Lion King Part 1 review, where I talk about the symbiotic nature of the music and the visuals, right? The stampede scene. The reason why it works so well is because the music and the visuals are working together symbiotically. They create a single experience. And what I started noticing in this film with the score is that there are beats in the music and changes in tone and feeling in the music that are not matched by the visuals and vice versa. So it's literally like The Lion King 2019, where they take an existing song and they completely change how it flows onto the film because they don't even understand that it matters. And that's what was happening with this film, even though theoretically the song was made for the film. Perhaps it wasn't scored to the scene. Perhaps it was scored to a different scene and then they just like placed it somewhere else. Perhaps they recut and reshot the film, but didn't get Hans to score again. And maybe that's why it happened. Maybe there's like missing scenes or extra scenes. And maybe that's why it feels so clunky. But like I was noticing that happening with this movie and it's like, what the fuck? Why does the music feel like a separate entity from the visuals, right? Entire visual beats will happen. They'll like go into space, you know? And the song just kind of continues playing without matching the scene at all. It doesn't match any of the changes that we're seeing visually. The song just ends unceremoniously. It's like the track existed before the movie was filmed or edited, and they just placed it into the editing timeline without trying to make the visuals, without trying to match the visuals to anything. The electric guitar showing up felt weird too. Zod trying to kill the family was hilarious. Why can't his eyes move independently from his neck? Because he had laser eyes. And they were like, oh, we're going to stop you from lasering the people over there. So they, you know, like hold his neck in place. But it's like, oh, your eye, can your eyes, like they can't move? You can't do that? You're just trying to laser people? What are you talking about? How does that make any sense? And then he gives a cringe scream after killing Zod. And I forgot to mention him and Lois kissing and how cringe it was, as if it was built up to it all. Like, oh, yay, they're finally kissing. Great, this relationship that we've all been rooting for. 2 out of 10. Embarrassing. Embarrassing film. Holy shit. This has fans. It has fans. Ugh. Like, the whole universe has fans. Like, holy fuck. This was astronomically bad. I looked at my ratings for Zack Snyder films. I think most of them I've given like a 2 out of 10. Like he's got a really bad track record for a name director, for a director that everyone knows their name. That's insane. Superman 2025. Where are my notes? I'm gonna find my notes. Be patient. I don't know which thing I wrote in. Did I write in this? Nope. No, I couldn't have written in this one because this one's, I started with my TIFF stuff, right? Yeah. So I'm going to leave this for my recordings that I'm hopefully able to do tomorrow if my throat isn't too sore. Where did I write my Superman 2025 notes? Where did I write them? Where did I write them? Let's see. There's my Tribeca. There's that. Note about this. There's Eddington. There's later. Okay, it must be in a different notebook. I think there's one more there. All right. Oh, wait. It could be in this one, but upside down because I had some space. Sorry, everybody. I don't know. I'm just trying to find my shit and everything's fucking tough and annoying and my arm doesn't work properly. God. Okay, no. Why would that not be? Okay, I'm gonna look through one more. And then my... Oh, wait, there's an entire other book here. There's another other notebook. Okay. Joint security area. What the... War of the Worlds 2025, nice. Oh yeah, I did the other War of the Worlds too. Wow, I have Terrifier 3 now. Some of these are unorganized in the sense that they're not like chronological and it makes things a little difficult. Sorry everybody. I'm just gonna try to find my Superman notes, otherwise I'll just go off of memory if I can't. Aquaman. The Substance, nice. And some TIFF stuff from last year. What the? Can't. Oh, what the? Okay, one last notebook. Is it not in here? Oh. The hell did it go? I watched it in a theater, so it would be in a notebook and not on my laptop. Sorry. I'm trying my best, everybody. All right, is there one more notebook that I don't know what the... I'll look through this one more time, and then I guess I'm screwed. Oh. Fuck. No. Okay. Ow. There's no... it has to be in here somewhere. Oh. There's my South by. There's my SIF. Did I watch it before SIF? I will want this for later. What the heck? I'm so sorry, everybody. No Superman. No freaking Superman. I gotta go off of memory. Where did my notes go? Maybe I wrote them on something else. Whatever. All right, we're giving up. Superman 2025. My biggest issue with it is that I'm not a fucking fan of superhero bullshit. And so it's good, but it's also what should be considered the standard rather than an exception. Superman 2025 is a reflection of just how terrible superhero films have gotten, that doing the basics, doing like the absolute basics, like having effects look like the amount of money you spent, right? Having a coherent story, it being fun at points, like the basics are considered like, wow, they really did something here. Like they blew it out of the fucking water. They blew it out of the park. This should be the standard. This should be the lowest for a superhero movie. This should be the like exact. If you do worse than this, bad movie, right? But people are praising this as though it like reinvented filmmaking. I guess people aren't that strong on it, but I don't know. I'm just like I watched it in a theater. The experience as a disposable piece of entertainment that I'll never revisit again was like, oh, 7 out of 10 experience. But I knew, because this has happened many times before with other superhero films like Guardians of the Galaxy, like other James Gunn films, really, where like I feel a 7 as I watch it. And then within like 3 days, I remember not much. And then I never feel compelled to watch it again. And then if I do, it like lowers to a 6. And I'm like, wow, that wasn't as special as I remembered. It's just kind of like that initial kind of like breath of fresh air and like sigh of relief of like, oh, this is a movie that's not as bad as the other ones. And this is, you know, again, doing the basics. There's like some effective humor, right? There's some likable characters. There's some chemistry between him and Lois, right? But just looking at the other shit that exists, like, oh my God, like doing the basics really feels like a fucking revolution, right? Oh, it's revolutionary. They had a script. You know, there were actors in it. Like it just, I am not, this genre is not for me. And I'm not giving it a negative rating because of that. And again, I enjoyed my experience as a disposable experience that I will never do again because I don't feel compelled to. Because these types of movies, I'm sorry, they don't get better the more you watch them, in my opinion. My favorite types of films are movies where repeated viewings rewards you. And it doesn't even have to be complex. It doesn't have to be a fucking Charlie Kaufman film where we're like looking at, you know, well, what are the themes? What does he really mean here? Like, it could just be a film that's really well made, and you go like, oh wow, I didn't notice how, like the framing of this shot on the first time I watched, or I didn't notice like how much detail they put into like this aspect of the costume or the set design. Any one of these things, like those are movies that can get better on a second watch. All of this superhero nonsense. Trying to think of one that gets better on a second watch. Trying to think of like literally one. Like the fucking Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, like the first two at least, they're fun in a nostalgic way. Like the emotions hit for me. Like the cinematography in those are like fucking great. The way that things are storyboarded and, you know, the vision for how things are like animated, orchestrated. Like there's a really strong, powerful, creative voice. The music's incredible. Like I could watch those films a lot. But this new generation of Marvel, DC, where it just feels like they spent so much money on it that the entire goal is to just have a return on investment. And so they don't do anything really risk-taking at any point, right? It doesn't really allow for that much creativity. Like, sure, elements of creativity, like you get some interesting choices for like wide-angle lenses in this film, but nothing like anything that appeared in the first two fucking Raimi Spider-Man movie. Like so much more of a vision, so much more of like an expression, right? Whereas this just feels like a correction. Right? Superman feels less like someone trying to communicate something and more like someone trying to fix someone else's mess. Like, here we go. Clean slate, everybody. And that's what we should be celebrating as a culture. Like, you did it. You made a movie in the most, for the budget and the team and the IP, you did the bar. You did what everybody else should have been doing this entire time, and it was embarrassing that they couldn't fucking figure it out, no matter how much money was spent and how many people were working on it. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that people couldn't do this shit. You got a guy that figured out how to do the most bare minimum of what should be expected for this budget and this IP. And what they're expecting to get out of it financially. Yeah, this should be the bare minimum. So again, it's not complex. I like more complex movies, whether it, even just things that I'm able to think about in my own head. CG dog looked great, probably the best looking CG dog. In the trailer, there were some shots where I was like, oh, wow, it looks like a real fucking dog. Very well animated, very talented animators when it comes to like the movements, giving character and personality to... I don't know how much of it was like... I guess there was a lot of reference footage. I don't know if much of it was mocapped. I don't know. But either way, like, it looks great. The effects look great in general. Some shots where they, are not super convincing or whatever, but overall, the effects look fantastic in this movie, which should be the standard when you spend over $100 million fucking dollars on a movie. What was the budget? Gotta type with one hand. Superman 2025. The budget at $225 million. That's the AI overview. I'm not going to react to that. What's the real budget? Do we have a number? Reportedly, 225 million, potentially 350. Maybe including marketing 350, but like 225 at least for the budget. So looking like 225 million for the production budget. Yeah, the effects should look fucking good. Bare minimum. It should feel like there was a script at somewhere in the production process. It should feel like a person made a movie and not just like a bunch of people fucking fighting each other. 20 different writers trying to undo the other writer. God. Never gonna watch it again. It was fine. I liked the, a lot of people hated this scene, the fucking weird Minecraft block, dark river, alien baby, whatever. I liked that scene. I thought that the emotions worked well enough. Like the music was doing its thing, and I found it visually interesting enough. Like I liked the color palette and design of like what the environment was like in that scene. There was some funny stuff. I didn't forget about everything. Oh yeah, but like I do kind of have to try to remember a lot of aspects. The whole like, we found the other part of the recording, bro. Your parents are bad. What? They're bad. Okay. I liked the black guy. I don't remember his name, but I liked him. And then, yeah, I guess in terms of like performance, David Corenswet, couldn't really take him seriously in any of the serious scenes. So unlike Christopher Reeve, where I was like very impressed with how he handled the serious emotions, this guy just felt like he was doing the comedic scenes well, but anytime he was like showing higher serious emotions, like yelling or, you know, in any kind of distress, it kind of felt like a Will Ferrell type performance. Like he belongs in like something that's more explicitly a comedy. So I don't think, he wasn't doing a great job selling it. And it might have been just like in combination with the filmmaking. Like, I don't know if it was like a tone issue. Like, I don't think so. I think it was really just performance. But yeah, that felt like underwhelming to me. 6 out of 10 should be the standard. Do not accept anything less than this film for this genre, okay? If you're spending $225 million on a movie, don't demand anything less, right? Do not accept anything less. Otherwise, we're just going to run into the exact same fucking problem. If you guys keep playing your fucking weird action figure sports teams bullshit, like, I'm a Marvel boy, I'm a DC boy, I'm going to support all of the ones with this logo. And that's it? And that's all you care about? We're just going to run into the same problem again. I was ready for this whole genre to be over. But, yeah. We'll see. Maybe I'll watch whatever the next one is. I don't know. We'll find out. All right. I don't have a lot to say about this, but I guess I'll read my notes because I found my notes for this. The Phonecian... I'm sorry. I'll fix that. Why does my capital... Sorry. There we go. I think I was doing Control instead of Shift. The Phonecian Scheme. New Wanderson, as we do like to be calling him. This notebook can go... No! I have to pick that up. It fell. Whatever. I'll do that later. And I think Phonecian Scheme is right here. There we go. Wes Anderson's newest movie. It was at Cannes, right? Was it Cannes? Yeah, it was nominated for the Palme d'Or, but it didn't win anything. His filmography, I still haven't seen his, what were they, Roald Dahl shorts? Was it Roald Dahl? Something like that. There were like shorts that he did on Netflix that I still haven't seen, but were apparently really interesting. Yeah, Henry Sugar. Yeah, like, I love a lot of his films in a row. I love Fantastic Mr. Fox. I love Moonrise Kingdom. I love Grand Budapest. I love Isle of Dogs. And then French Dispatch, I was like, okay, interesting. There's some good stuff. And then Asteroid City, I was like, yeah. It was good. Maybe don't start with that one if you're like not familiar with him. It seems like for the fans, and I'm just like maybe not as big of a fan as I should be for it to work. And then Phonecian Scheme, this newest one, felt better than Asteroid City for me for sure, but still just didn't feel like it justified its own existence too hard. I'm kind of left, at the end of the experience going like, oh, that was an interesting direction. I enjoyed watching it. There were genuinely funny moments and scenes, but like overall, I think what's missing from this film, and like from what I remember, his other recent films too, but like this one's, the closest in my memory. It felt like we were just missing more of like a core plot. Like it felt like we were missing motivation for characters. And sure, like technically on paper, these characters are motivated by different things. But it felt like a B plot to another film. It felt like everything that they were doing in this film would have been the side story in another more interesting film where more important things are going on and there's more for you to attach on to and connect with and the character's goals, right? Like this one was just kind of watching people, but like without really feeling invested in whether or not they succeeded or what they wound up discovering or what they were doing. And, you know, the comedy worked. The comedy worked very well. It was a funny film. But yeah, there's just not that same. There's not that same level of connection, right? I wasn't grasping onto anything. You know, in my notes, I'm like, you know, this accent's hilarious. I like how this character's performing this. Michael Cera's accent was hilarious. Great set and production design. I like how this one was like a little bit more adult. There's like kind of like gory things in this movie, which is fun. I like that. Benicio's accent was great also, thoroughly amusing. Not outrageous, but fun, would be good in a crowd. 18 minutes and 40 seconds timestamp. There's a fun shot with Michael Cera eventually peeking in from outside the frame, then the camera strafing. There's got to be a better word for that. I know there is for film language. To include him. So the camera like shifts over to include him in the shot. I found that to be very, very fun. Tom Hanks, fucking Bryan Cranston was in it. He was good. Yeah, funny scenarios, enjoying, you know, a lot of individual scenes, but wasn't super interested in the overall connective tissue, the narrative, the story, right? It just felt, yeah, it felt like a B-plot side quest, but it was the main story. Some of the jokes and dialogue felt like a Reddit tier parody of Wes Anderson's writing style. When Benicio gets shot, the line is, "I took a bullet for you," and then, "I know, I witnessed the event." Like, okay. Just, you know. There's some fun camera work. The camera does like a 90-degree spin when he gets slapped. Very cool POV. Love it. I enjoy that at the very least, I'm watching something where I can occasionally appreciate a cool, unique, motivated shot. You know, that's like a step above like a lot of most films, honestly, the majority of films. There's some fun callbacks. But yeah, overall, longer than it should have been. Felt like it overstayed its welcome. It felt like it was missing its heart. I wish I cared about any of the characters or their goals. Felt like it could have been a short or maybe even like one of his anthology pieces, like one of those. Very amusing throughout, but not narratively satisfying. Funny gags here and there. I enjoyed the sped up motions in the editing. Like every time a character falls, it gives some actions a very cartoonish feel. I like that it was fairly shitposty and unserious. Benedict Cumberbatch was very funny, and the fight scene at the end was very fun and satisfying. The entire third act was fun and satisfying. Great energy, but wish that it was more consistent throughout the entire experience of the film. 6 out of 10 for the Phonecian Scheme. I'm going to take another little break here because I gotta pee. BRB.
Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let the dollar make her work. People always hating, but the more they hate, the more I work. Everybody say they're lit, but all they do is showing shit. In my street, like the slaves, bitches always kiss my feet. Stay out of my way, you bitch. I can deal with fake as me. They thought that I had stopped. It was over, I had dropped. Bitch, I had my plans out here. I'm only just at my start. You will have to kill me to make me fucking stop. I was already dead again. You can hurt me, only God. Party till I Work like it's my last day on this earth. Let that dollar make a work. I ain't scared of death, but I fear damn as dead as breath. All the drugs in your face, I am blessed with the smartest brain. I remember your laugh when I was at my worst. Let me tell you, piece of scum, I'm supported from above. Your man in my DMs while you're talking shit behind my back. All the shit you said made you look like a little bitch flathead. Your opinion, fuck that. What do I think of you? How I love in your face, bitch. If you only knew, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Party till I die with my chin up. Fucking more, fucking back.
Gonna make a little snack, so I'll be another like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. So I'll be back in a bit.
Work. Shake that money maker in my face. It's a favor. Ooh, I love your misbehavior. Party till I die with my chin up high. Fuck more, fucking back. Work like it's my last day on this earth. Let that dollar make a work. Shake that money maker in my face. It's a favor. Ooh, I love your misbehavior. Party till I die with my chin up high. Fuck more, fucking back. Work like it's my last day.
So he's finally here. Performance for you. If you know the word, you can join in too.
Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance. Do your dance at the Space Jam. Alright.
Okay. Ducky pump. Ducky pump. Ducky pump. Ducky pump.
Everybody get up, it's time to slam now. We got a real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance. Do your dance at the Space Jam. Alright.
Ducky pump.
Wave your hands in the air if you feel fine. Take it easy, lower down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance. Do your dance at the Space Jam.
He has no grace. He has a funky face. Ducky pump. He bias in first. Whoa, the peanuts. Ducky pump is here. Come on, Frankie, take it to the jam. He's bigger, faster, and stronger too. He's the first member of the DJ crew. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune, but remember beware, cause can't pick up a folder with relative ease. Make sure she do such stuff free. So listen up to this song in the mood. Now this side, he's after you. He's finally here. Performance for you. If you know the word, you can join in too.
Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance. Do your dance at the Space Jam. Alright.
Okay. Ducky pump. Ducky pump. Ducky pump. Ducky pump.
Everybody get up, it's time to slam now. We got a real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance. Do your dance at the Space Jam. Alright.
Ducky pump.
Wave your hands in the air if you feel fine. Take
Thunder 2. He's the first member of the DK crew. Come on, get something at the table. He'll make you smile when places do, but remnants beware. Cause it's not a slam. Can pick up a folder with relative ease. Make Russia do such the breeze. So listen up to this song in the mood. And this side, he's after you.
Matt!
Yeah?
Update day!
What?
New Wii titles!
What? I'm in the bathroom.
Update day for the Wii shopping channel!
It's funny because normally they do it at midnight, but it's like 11. It's like 11:15. What time is it in Japan? Fucking turn that up. I love that grooving. What kind of music is that? Like a bossa nova beat?
Makes me really want to just croon it.
This is such a danceable song. You know what we should do? We should write a song for our act with titles of Wii games.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Because everybody knows about the Wii shopping channel,
Yeah.
and everybody loves to shop on it every Wednesday. So what we'll do is we'll write a theme song for the Wii shopping channel. Look, watch this. Watch this. You can sing to the titles of the Super Mario RPG, Super Mario 3, Mega Man, Neo Turf Masters, Breakin' Star. You know what I mean, Jared?
Yeah.
Like every star, you say the lyrics of the.
Let me try one. Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3, Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2, King's Knight, Dig Dug, Juman Fu, Harvest Moon.
You write this song?
Link Puzzle Pokemon, Toe Jam and Earl and Panic on Funkotron. Castlevania, Fatal Fury, Ninja Chuchu, Mario Comet, Razor Blazing, Lasers, Bases Loaded, Mega Turrican, Cybernator, Rolling Thunder, Dynastic Hero, Bubble Bobble, Double Double Dragon F-Zero.
I get it. You memorize the song.
F-Zero X and Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Ninja Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3. Cruising USA. Wow! No!
Man, boy, man.
I think it's Rumple's time to spit some bars. Now, listen up. Rumple pump. Rumple's pimple pump. Tiny stump. Welcome to the rump. Pimple pump. Tiny stinky stump. Smells like rubbish dump. Rumple makes you jump. No need to sin. Put it in the bin now. What's my name? Rumpelstiltskin. Tiltle stilt. I love to drink my lilt. Filled with guilt, the world that Rumple built. Rumple pump. Rumple pump stump. Do the rumple jump. Lock in with stinky stump. sin. Put it in the bin now. What's my name?
I'm cold. Can't find the right temperature. What was next? Okay. Sure. Okay. Excuse me. I'm trying my best, everybody. Is this movie title gonna, like... Am I allowed to have that on there? Oh, whatever. I'll just censor it. Nah, that's a medical term, right? Yeah, this should be fine. This should be fine. Okay. All right. I'm just going to grab that pillow for my arm. And then in 5 minutes after sitting here for 5 minutes, I should take my blood pressure. That's what I should do. But I have to do that after 5 minutes of sitting. Hold on. My heart rate is a little high, but 3 hours. 3 hours talking about movies. Getting exhausted, but I want to do as much of this as possible. Let's see. Yeah, wow. Okay. So, those of you who listen to SARDONICAST have already heard me mention this film. It's called Castration Movie Anthology 1 Traps. It's directed by Louise Ward, who is a local Vancouver filmmaker who's been involved in a lot of different random productions and like produced films, but I think this is her directorial debut in terms of like a feature-length film that she directed herself. Yeah, she'd done shorts before this, but this is her first feature. And it's such a weird project, and that's kind of what drew me to it, is somebody posted on the subreddit, on the YMS subreddit, saying something along the lines of like, you know, castration movies doing like really interesting things. I'm like, okay, that title is immediately attention grabbing, right? Castration Movie Anthology 1 Traps. What the hell is this, right? Then I go on IMDb, I read the description. It says, trans sex worker Michaela mentors her newly out friend Adeline while pursuing motherhood in Vancouver. Production assistant Turner slides towards inceldom as his relationship falls apart. And then I look more into this movie. It's like, okay, it's talking about trans stuff and like 4chan culture. Fucking, you know, Louise is associated with Vera Drew, who did The People's Joker. Vera even plays a character in this. And I'm like, okay, what the hell? What the fuck? What the frick? So I was like, okay, I have to figure out what the hell this movie is. And also the fact that it's Anthology 1 and it's 4.5 hours long, right? And I think maybe I watched part of the trailer or a clip. I don't remember if I saw the visual style yet, but there were so many elements about like what this film is expressing itself as that immediately jumped out to me, if only just to, as I mentioned earlier in this, watch a new movie. because that's what I want. I want new experiences, right? I want to see things that are like bold and risk taking and different. And I'm very happy to say that this film definitely checked those boxes. I was kind of, like, it's very rare for a Canadian movie to be something that I really enjoy. Whether or not it's from Vancouver, it's even rarer. It's even more rare for a Vancouver film. Not a film that was like partially filmed in Vancouver, or like an American film filmed in Vancouver for tax subsidies that's pretending to be a different place, but an actual Vancouver film where it's set in Vancouver and the filmmakers are Vancouver and the actors are Vancouver, and it doesn't hide the fact that it's Vancouver, and it's got all these interesting Canadianisms. You hear the word like e-transfer, you know? They mention like Hai Chu, which is an Asian thing, but it's popular in Vancouver because of the Asian population. They film in real places that, like, you know, Vancouverites are familiar with, like Duffin's Donuts is like a staple. They film some scenes there. So that in of itself doesn't mean like, oh yeah, it's a good movie. But I'm happy that there is a good movie that's doing that, because it just feels so alien, you know? Like, I felt like the closest I had to this, just like unabashedly Canadian, but still great, like, was like Nirvana the Band, the show, and other stuff that Matt Johnson's been doing, where it's like, okay, yeah, this not only doesn't hide the fact that it's from Toronto, it loves that it's from Toronto, and it wants to be Toronto. It's breathing Toronto, right? That was the closest thing I had for a while. And so this film, feeling like it's loving and embracing the fact that it's Vancouver, is very special to me. On top of that, it's also super fucking creative, super like well realized in terms of a vision. So it makes choices that are deliberate, that work for what it's doing, that if a lot of other people tried, it just wouldn't pan out in the same way. So the visual style of this film, it was shot with like digital, like high 8, like really old cameras. So like shit that I was like using when I was like a hand-me-down camcorder that I was using when I was like 10 years old or something. So it has like an incredibly like gritty and like imperfect, but like retro feel to it. And it's not like, oh, it just happens to be imperfect. No, it loves its imperfections. It embraces its imperfections. There's points in this film where it through no what's the word? We're 3 hours into this fucking stream. My brain's going, oopsie, should have got more sleep and shouldn't have gotten sick. Because I am sick with something. I don't know what it is. I got a weird reflux problem in my throat too. That's what I was calling about earlier. Or sorry, why the doctor called me is because I was like, look, if you're putting me under anyway, do you want to like put a tube in my throat? Because my throat's also fucked. Anyway. This film makes it clear that its embracing of its imperfections is intentional. There's a shot in this film where the camera is literally like dragging along the floor, and you can hear the scrapes of the camera. So it doesn't even hide the fact that there's a camera. Although there's like, it's not like Nirvana the Band, the show, where, oh, the camera crew are characters. That's not the case in this film. It's almost existing in this weird kind of like reality, but not reality at the same time, where there's no in-universe reason for there to be a camera. There's not a documentary crew filming people, but it doesn't hide the fact that a camera was used to make the film, if that makes sense. Even though the camera doesn't exist in universe, it still exists in the film, and somehow it doesn't take away from the story of the characters or like anything that you're following narratively or like the believability. And so, yeah, people are using I can't do this with my hand right now. Sorry. I can't even do that motion. Arm injury. People are using the camera filming and they're like zooming in and out. And you can hear like the clicks of the zoom, which is very nostalgic for me. And again, like if somebody else was trying to do the same thing, it might seem like unintentional. It might seem like, oh, you just used a shitty camera. What's the big deal? But this film very clearly intentionally knows exactly what it's doing. And it's like, no, yeah, we like that style. We like that style. It's like wanting to see, you know, like it's like adding in that like cigarette burn to change the film reel, you know, where it's like, okay, that's a reminder of the technology used in presenting this film. And it's not something happening in universe, but there's some people that would be like, no, I like the way that looks. We want it to feel that way. And this film does that, but like a different generation and a different format and a different quality, a different vibe, right? It's going for something very unique, and it pulls it off in a way that like you wouldn't expect it to work. But because it's so confident about what it's doing and because it knows exactly what it is, you're just along for the ride and you believe it and you're there for it. Should I check my blood pressure now? I'll do that now. We're taking a little break from castration. Maybe I'm going to be silent because while I check my blood pressure, I'm supposed to not say anything. I'm going to do like 2 tests just because my heart rate's a little high and I'm on a bunch of different meds and I'm trying to balance things out. So be patient, okay? We're doing a blood pressure break. I'm going to do 2 little tests and I have to be silent, okay? All right, one more. Give me a second. All right, that's like higher than I want it, but it's not like an emergency or anything. Okay. Sorry for that awkwardness, but my brain was kind of getting fogged anyway, so I figured it wouldn't have been wasting that portion. Yeah, very confident in its style. Like intentionally like using like her friends basically to film certain scenes. And I met the director because I really I loved this movie, and so we like connected on a social media, and then we like went for like lunch or whatever. And she was telling me that you know, there would be certain friends that would film the scene in a way that looked like a bit too professional, and she would basically like have to find the right people that like had just this perfect spot of like knowing what they're doing but not knowing what they're doing, in a sense. I might have mischaracterized that. I might be paraphrasing. But essentially what I'm saying is like there was an intentional choice to keep it feeling authentic in a way that captures like a very unprofessional but intentionally unprofessional look in a specific way, which is very, very interesting. And it's not being done as a crutch. It's part of why I love it, is because it's clearly being done in a way where the confidence of its style, and I'll mention these other elements to help sell you on this. It's kind of filmed in a way where a good chunk of the movie is characters having conversations, kind of in a similar vibe to many like Richard Linklater films, maybe some Harmony Korine films, even like early Harmony Korine. And it just kind of feels like, even though these are characters in a film and it's like a narrative and it's technically not a documentary as a whole, a lot of these conversations are real conversations. And because of its kind of like serendipitous and ad-libbed, I don't know if ad-libbed is even the right way to put it, because of its like free-flowing nature, that even though, yes, there are beats to the story and these characters do get there through the dialogue even, they're kind of just given like freedom to be themselves. Or like their characters are very much extensions of themselves. No one feels like they're trying really hard to be someone else. They don't feel like actors. They feel like real people. And there's something very genuine and authentic that is captured in this film where, you know, on one hand, the style of it is very clearly, this is a movie, this is using a camera, right? Aggressive style, very aggressive and intentional style. And then on the other end, the dialogue and the conversation and the performances are also like, damn, this is like real people, right? So it almost feels like you're watching like a home video that just exists. Many of these scenes are filmed in like really long single takes. And that also really helps the performances feel more natural, because it's literally people having conversations. And the conversations are very interesting too. It's like, it's not like, these people just yapping on about nothing. They're very interesting conversations. And, you know, like one of the characters is like a weird falling down this 4chan incel rabbit hole and having problems with his relationship. You know, another character, literally like trans sex worker, and then there's like musician characters, and then there's literally like, there's people in this film that are going through like transitioning that are characters in the film, but they are also literally doing that in real life. And so like, it's a very fascinating and unique, very opportunistic in a good way to capture someone's experience, down to like even like the experience of them going to the hospital and getting the surgery and like seeing the scars and like the emotional process of it. The person in real life was experiencing that, and they worked it into the story and had the character also experience that. So much like Matt Johnson, you know, using real life to be able to provide authenticity and opportunity to visually and narratively showcase things in his film, Louise does the same thing. Very different style, very different goals, very different film, but like similar filmmaking techniques for like how to capture real things. And I find that just to be so cool. Like the idea of, you know, because of course the director's trans. So of course she knows like a bunch of trans people and, you know, people that might be pre-op or post-op or whatever, like whatever their own experience is. And so her having access to those people and her having access to, you know, specifically those people in like arts communities and arts crowds, and being able to get people that she knows can act, going through that experience and capturing that like authentically and like very literally in a film is so fucking cool. And it's so unique. And it's one of those things where it's like, you're never gonna, you know, much like much like One Cut of the Dead, without spoiling that movie, go into that blind, watch that. It's awesome. Much like One Cut of the Dead, just kind of being something where it's like, wow, somebody had a great idea and you captured it. And like, who knows if anybody else is going to be able to do this ever after that point. Like in that case, it's kind of like a, you know, reveal or whatever. But this just feels like such a interesting, fresh idea that who knows, maybe it's been done before, but it certainly hasn't been done with like this level of like creative vision and this level of risk taking in terms of its own like format and presentation. And like, you have to be confident about what you're doing artistically to make a film like this, to even expect anyone to want to watch like 4.5 hours. Again, this film's 4.5 hours long. It's great. I could watch it in one sitting. I didn't watch it in one sitting. And the only reason I didn't is because I was watching with my partners who don't watch movies for a living. And they had other things that they needed to do. But it was just something where it's like, okay, you know, I found this movie where it's like trans stuff and Vancouver stuff, and they both loved it. I loved it. And it just seemed like, yeah, like there was so much beckoning me to experience this film and, you know, the 4chan culture. And also like, what's really cool about this film is like, Louise is she doesn't concern herself with making her characters being like representing any kind of ideologies in like a way that would be expected, right? So like there's trans characters in this film that are just like not good people, right? Like pretty clearly not good people. And there's like ideas in the film that like, you know, maybe even, you know, anti-trans people could even like weaponize in terms of like, depending on how you spin it, depending on how you like frame it or characterize it, right? And I love how she's just not concerned about that. She's expressing herself and the characters, telling the story she wants to in a way that like, yeah, she finds these characters compelling and interesting, and she finds the narrative and what it's exploring to be, you know, very substantive. And I love that. It works really well. It's again, there's like nothing like this movie, and that's part of what makes it so fucking cool. There's like 3 different chapters in the film. The first 2 chapters are like an hour long each. And then there's like a real intermission included in the film, like even in the digital copy. The film's available digitally right now for like fucking $2 or something. It's like so cheap. So, you know, like if you want to support, you know, independent, really boundary breaking, risk taking, like insane, unique, super cool filmmaking, just do a Google search for where to buy this. I think it's like Gumroad. I think that's where to buy it, but very cheap. And I think, unless she changed this, I might be incorrect, but I don't know. I think like literally like one purchase and you get all 4 movies, because there's 3 more coming. So Castration movie 2, Anthology 2, got released theatrically, not a wide release, but like in a couple different places. I think, is that out officially yet? Did I just make that up? I think there might have been like at least a small release for, I don't know if that was like a public thing or not. Oops. Anyway, Castration movie 2 is about to be accessible to people at some point. I think, no, yeah, it had a digital online screening. Yeah, there was an online screening that was taking place while I was at TIFF. I will be able to watch it probably within the next month. I know I'm busy with Viv, but I'm fucking hyped for it. And Louise told me that Castration movie Anthology 2, its biggest inspiration is to boldly flee from Doug Walker Channel Awesome. So I recommended that on the podcast for SARDONICAST because I'm like, well, I guess this is how I'm going to watch fucking the Nostalgia Critic movies, is in preparation for Castration movie Anthology 2. Never thought that would be a sentence spoken in real life. But, you know, I'm like 4.5 hours long, super compelling, great characters. And the way I experience the film, because I know it's like a really, intimidating runtime for people. But the way I see it is, not only can you watch it episodically because there's clear and distinct chapters, but I've binged television shows that are longer than this, right? I've binged way over 4.5 hours of television shows. And the way that this kind of flows narratively really does feel kind of like an episodic, almost kind of like miniseries, you know? You spend a lot of time with these characters, and the more time that you spend with them, the more invested and attached that you are in their stories and what winds up happening to them. You know, like it certain amount into the movie, I'm just like, I'm glued to it, just being like, hell yeah, I want to know more about you. I want to know more about what happens to you. I want to know more about what you eventually do in this film. And it's not to say like, oh, things don't happen. There's a lot of things that happen, but it is mostly dialogue. So it feels like, yeah, like a mix between like early Harmony Korine, like very gritty and style heavy, and very like kind of like slice of life. And then also, you know, a bunch of Linklater in there because of the, you know, very dialogue heavy, but very interesting. And it mixed between those two things. And then also Matt Johnson, excuse me, I'm burping. Matt Johnson, you know, a lot of different flavors combining in here. I think I might have even like, I didn't even look at my notes. Again, great movies. I don't even look at my notes to just be fucking gushing about them for so long. But I think somewhere in my notes I wrote down like a third director kind of thing that it reminded me of. I don't remember. There's somewhere in these notes. There's a lot of notes. Yeah, love the character dynamics, love the conversations. Love the lo-fi kind of retro style, if lo-fi is a way to describe it. The soundtrack's really good. The tone, what it's going for tone-wise, is like super well realized. Yeah, the score is just awesome. There's characters in this film that are like musicians, and from like the beginning to the end of the film, we hear a bunch of different songs from these characters. Some of them are like live performances. Some of them are like more acoustic, kind of like intimate captures of their performances, their songs. And I'm just going to guess. Like, it seems pretty obvious to me, like, oh yeah, these are real people who are real musicians and these are their real songs and they're included in the film. And she's essentially like, it kind of feels like, you know, even just this film without having mentioned like Nostalgia Critic, in this film, it kind of just feels like the antidote to like the Nostalgia Critic movie, because this is something that is made for like no money, with like a bunch of her friends, get your friends to like hold the camera sort of thing. But like, and you don't, I've made this comparison before in terms of like having low budget, little resources, and doing the most you can out of it. I've used an example like Hundreds of Beavers, where you did so much. Like that's like one of the top examples of all time in terms of like using your budget in a way where like it's the most effort you possibly could have put into the film with that budget. Like the amount of fucking effort versus your limitations, like it more than makes up for it. That's a particular example because in that scenario, you have to have like a lot of like technical knowledge, right? A lot of talent in terms of technical knowledge to make Hundreds of Beavers, because there's a lot of complex, you know, animation and like keying and like compositing, and you know, you have to have a meticulous vision of how things are going to be filmed before you even approach filming them in order to make Hundreds of Beavers. So that example doesn't even necessarily apply to like something like the Nostalgia Critic movies. Whereas this Castration movie Anthology One Traps with Louise Ward, this exists with the same level of like, you know, required technical knowledge, right? This just has vision. This just has purpose. This just has style. You don't need to be as well versed in like how things are going to be like animated like Hundreds of Beavers. You can just be a person with a shitty old camera and like confidence and knowing how to capture emotion and knowing what you're going for and knowing how it's going to present in the film, in the end product, right? That's what's needed. You don't even need, you know, like so much technical knowledge, right? So, yeah, absolutely loved this. So one of the concert scenes I felt like, you know, went on a little long, but in retrospect, even though I felt that way on my initial viewing, after having watched the entire film, it's kind of like a nice little, it almost kind of feels like its own intermission before the actual intermission, you know? It kind of feels like there's some scenes where they just exist to settle things down and to capture like the mood and the feel. Like you're just kind of there observing, like you're there at the concert, you know? And yeah, when it comes to like the music from the musicians in this film, you know, some songs didn't love, some songs I was like, but then some songs I was like, holy shit, this is awesome. You know, kind of reminded me of like early Bright Eyes in terms of like, you know, the tone and feel and like the emotions that it's communicating and like the bare, like unfiltered energy. And yeah, I think I'm just reading the rest of my notes here. Oh, there's the director that I almost forgot to compare it to. It's like a mix between Harmony Korine, Richard Linklater, Matt Johnson, and John Waters. Glad I didn't forget that one. Glad I found it in my notes. Very John Waters inspired, because Louise, as I found out and confirmed later, she loves John Waters. And it's very clear that like she gets enjoyment out of, you know, showcasing weirdness and like discomfort and like some things that are like, you know, gross and grotesque, but not in ways where like it's kind of presented in almost kind of like a matter of fact way where it's not sensationalist, even though it is going for something where like, you know, I'm sure she wants people to be like, what the fuck? What the hell? Like, you know, having like that kind of summary of events, just being like, oh, wow, this person did that? What the heck? And that was real and in the movie? Gross, weird, okay. Like, it's pushing boundaries. And I'm sure she enjoys just that sense of like satisfaction of creating something that people are having like a visceral experience with, creating something that people are getting genuine emotions out of, even if some of those emotions are ones that like make people uncomfortable. It's still an experience that you're giving to people, and the intended experience even. But yeah, very there's a conversation where they talk about transmaxing. That was hilarious. Yeah, super fucking engaging. Not even despite its messiness. It's like it's complemented by its messiness. It shoves its messiness in your face. It shoves it in your face. And it's super cool. Going through the rest of my notes here. Yeah, there's a scene where like a character's getting like top surgery. And that's a real doctor. Like, not just, oh, it must be a real doctor, but it's like a renowned doctor. Like, any trans person getting top surgery that's like Canadian knows the name of this doctor. like a very, very renowned Vancouver surgeon that like people consider to be like the best, where it's like, okay, yeah, you're gonna go on a longer wait list to get this doctor, and here's what you expect. And it was kind of really interesting because like I know people who have gotten top surgery and they were like, yeah, that's the doctor. I went to that same hospital and had that same doctor. So that's kind of cool. Wow. So what a unique, interesting film. Yeah, so many, the conversations, all of them being like so weird and engaging, and like some of them being kind of like unrelated, but still like just, you're just in it for the vibe. Yeah, it felt like waking life at points. Not just with how conversational it is, but like how scenes are broken up narratively. Yeah, it feels like you're hanging out. It feels like you are the camera person, just like hanging out with people. Let's see. Excuse me. Yeah, I was at some points in this film teetering between like a 7 and an 8. Got to give it an 8. I think it could go higher, honestly, on a second watch. This film, if you have like a hate boner for trans people, you're not going to like this film. I'm just going to say that right now. If you have a hate boner for trans people, you're not going to like it. Unless you're like really open-minded and this is just a way to like, acclimatize yourself to the lives of other people that live their lives differently from you. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe it would be like a nice learning experience. But, there's some people that will just absolutely hate this movie. This is going to feel like, to a good chunk of people, this is going to feel like absolutely fucking pretentious. So if you look at the trailer and you're like, the heck is this? And you're like not intrigued by the style, I would just probably say, probably don't watch it. But if there's something about any part of this marketing or like the plot synopsis or anything that I've described or the title or its filmmaking techniques, if there's anything that like intrigues you or speaks to you, watch this movie, pay for it. Cause more people need to know about this movie. I'm going to keep pimping it out on my podcast, try to make it as much of a meme as possible until everybody fucking sees it. Alex and Jake, you got to watch this fucking movie instead of your dumb Marvel bullshit. They had enough time to watch the new Fantastic Four and Thunderbolts. But they didn't have enough time to watch Castration movie Anthology One Trips. I'm going to keep memeing about it. I don't think I should have to do an official recommendation for them to see it. I'm opposed to the idea that I should have to do that. Yeah. Super fucking invested throughout. Good line. Good line in the film as she's responding to a post on, I think, like R9K, one of the boards on 4chan. She writes, sounds like you have BPD. Take the pink pill, F slur. Except F slur is like actually typed out. I just can't say it. It's an automatic demonetization on YouTube, so I can't say it. Fegito is my way of saying it. Wow. Yeah. Super experimental, super confident, brilliantly structured. Very satisfying seeing the story unfold. Surprisingly satisfying seeing the story unfold, honestly. There is a level of like expectation that you should have going into this film of like, it's not going to be an action-packed, like fast-paced, bam, bam, bam movie, obviously, the way I described it. And also the runtime. But if you enjoy the other things I've described, like early Harmony Korine, Richard Linklater, Matt Johnson, and John Waters, if you enjoy any or all of those things, you got to just get hyped because it's fucking awesome. And I'm so excited to see the second one as soon as I have time. So very happy with this movie. Glad whoever posted on that subreddit, thank you. Because I saw that and immediately it just jumped out to me. I was like, I have to see whatever the fuck this weird 4.5 hour long experimental bizarre Vancouver trans 4chan movie is. Very cool stuff. Super self-aware. I'm just gonna keep gushing about it forever. I love it. Love it. And fucking geez, a talented local filmmaker that I can like hang out with now. That's fucking awesome. All of my other like peers, whether YouTube or filmmakers or otherwise, they're like LA, New York, some are in Toronto. But now there's like a local that's like actually talented. Like there's tons of Vancouver filmmakers. There's tons of Vancouver people working in the film industry. None that I would like want to, you know, be like, hey, let's hang out more like for their art or anything. You know, like there's just a lot of gig work in Vancouver for like American productions, but not a lot of like voices, you know? So I'm so fucking happy. Just like ecstatic that there's like this new voice that represents Vancouver in a crazy way that like a lot of people aren't going to like, but I think is like punk as fuck. And just like, I love things that like just push boundaries and are exciting. It's exciting to talk about. It's exciting to think about, you know, it's super independent. Like she's selling it herself on Gumroad. You know, nobody's giving her notes and telling her what to do. Like awesome stuff. So 8 out of 10 for now. Would love to watch it again. So I might do a watch along for it at some point. Don't wait for me to do that to see it because I don't know if that's going to happen even this year. I'm so fucking busy, which is why my fucking quickies are live streams right now. It's because I'm fucking busy and injured and medically renegade. So very happy I got to like rant about that movie for so long. Because yeah, like just there's so few things that I get like legitimately excited about. You know, so few things that I get legitimately excited about like that. Oh, thanks for the link fanboy. Thank you. Yeah, awesome stuff. And if anybody's curious, actually, this is a fun little factoid tidbit. Let's see. Where is this in my... So yeah, we got lunch, we hung out. And then she came over here and we watched a movie. We like just picked a Blu-ray from my shelf. We picked one that neither of us had seen. It was what's his name? In the Bedroom by Todd Field. And that was a fucking awesome movie. And I think I'm going to talk about it here because I think I wrote notes for it. Maybe I wrote notes on my phone. But yeah, well, I still got energy today. The fact that I'm doing better mentally, my mouth is a little dry, a little dehydrated. I'm not perfectly like 100% back or anything, but like my mental state is just so much better than it was like a year ago that like I'm able to do these streams for a bit longer. So that's really nice. So I feel like, yeah, I'll just keep going through all these movies that I haven't talked about yet. So we're in like, what, August now? All right. Yeah, why don't I talk about In the Bedroom right now, just since I brought that up. I just have to figure out where I wrote notes for it. Oh. Yeah, very happy about Castration movie. So it's just, yeah, it's exciting to be like, I'm gonna leave the text up. It's exciting to feel like I'm experiencing the cusp of a new film movement in a way. It really feels like that with Louise Ward, with Vera Drew, with Jane. Fuck, what's their name? Shobran, right? Jane Shobran. Super unique and interesting trans filmmakers that are all doing their like debuts in the past like 3 years or whatever. Like we're in for some really cool stuff. We're in for some like really cool. Like this is the start of something, and I'm so excited to like just be here. You know. Yeah. All right. In the bedroom, Todd Field. Let's see if I can find my notes. I'll just change the thing here real quick. Hold on. In the bedroom. How do I talk about this without spoilers? I guess all I'm going to say about this movie, because I'm going to throw up the spoiler section, because I think I have to. I think all I'm going to say about it is like, watch it. I loved it. I gave it like a 9? Yeah, it's not this notebook. It's definitely not this notebook. Oh, I shouldn't be using this arm. Let's see if I can find the notes for In the Bedroom. I wonder. It must be in that other one. Did I take notes? I feel like I did. All right, not in this notebook. There's JSA. Oh, here's my War of the Worlds notes. I was going to want this anyway. Okay. And then is there something here? Ow. Oh, here's my notes for weapons. Nice. Okay, I'll keep this open. There's no way I didn't write any notes for it. I know I wrote. Am I missing one notebook? Is there one notebook? I know this stream is very scuffed. I apologize. But that's the way things have to be right now. Did I write notes in my phone? I wonder. In the bed. No, I didn't. Where did I write my notes? I know I wrote notes. Whatever. All right, we're going to do it noteless. We're going in. We're going in dry. Fuck it. We'll do it live. In the Bedroom, directed by Todd Field. This is the second Todd Field film I've seen. The first being Tar, which I fucking love. I love Tar. I loved it so much I watched it a second time. In my second watch, it was like I, re-watched it. I did a re-Tar. I gave Tar a 10 out of 10. There's a clip of me on the highlights channel going, like, pretty much doing like a scene breakdown. It's this wonderful thing that happened where like a weird kind of like right-wing weirdo named like RK Outpost or something. He did a scene where like he was just covering like a Breitbart article or something where it was like epic woke epic music professor destroys woke college student, and it was just a scene from the movie, and he's like, yeah, this is based. But not like he never watched the movie, and he like didn't engage with anything that was happening or what it was trying to say. It was just like a very basic, bare bones, like, he heard the buzzwords and he reacted accordingly, which is, a lot of people's experience with art and conversations and complicated subjects, unfortunately, as we learn more and more every day. But what was nice about him going over that and me finding it funny, because he's kind of funny, like he's my favorite little weirdo. Is I was able to like not only criticize his take on the scene, but like, I was able to like relive that scene and just be like, oh yeah, here's this detail. Here's this beautiful thing that happened. And I found myself just realizing just how much there was to absorb, even in just one single scene. So watch that video on the highlights channel, because it is a good little scene breakdown that I gave. And I feel like I should do more stuff like that. I feel like I should do more stuff like that. Maybe there should be like a vote for a scene breakdown, or like a film to do a scene breakdown in. That's not a bad idea. Maybe that could be a new Patreon perk. Somebody remind me of that when I can write and type things better. Somebody remind me of that in like a month. That'd be cool. Yeah, I would love to do more stuff like that. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah. So Tar is his most recent film. Was nominated for 6 Oscars, didn't win any, but it's okay because neither did The Fabelmans. Or another movie that came out that was bad that year, and I don't remember what. So In the Bedroom is, I guess, Todd Field's second. No, is it his first or second? He's got 3 movies. So I've seen 2 out of 3 of them now. It was his first. So In the Bedroom was his first. Little Children is his second. Tar is his third. It's crazy, and I've only seen 2 of them, to have one 9 out of 10 and one 10 out of 10, like out the gate. I'm expecting to enjoy Little Children very much. Even if it's his worst movie, dude's got a fucking incredible track record. So Todd Field, he's up there. I love his vibe. I love the way he uses filmmaking and the language of filmmaking to communicate and express, right? And so In the Bedroom is such a fucking trip. Go in blind. I don't know if the trailer spoils the movie. I really don't. But I'd imagine that it's something that could be spoiled, because I loved just putting on this movie and kind of just absorbing what it was. It's got Tom Wilkinson, who played the Doctor in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. And I guess he's like basically the lead role. And Sissy Spacek, if that's how I pronounce her name. Damn, this one was nominated for 5 Oscars. Didn't win any. What the frick? Or did it? No, it didn't win any. Did his other movie not win any? Okay, I gotta find out. Is he now 11 noms, 0 wins? How many Oh, God. All right, what's the other movie? Little Children. Did this get Oscar noms? Nominated for 3 Oscars and no wins. Dude's been nominated for at least 3 Oscars for every movie he's ever made, and he hasn't won a single one. 3 Oscars, 5 Oscars, 6 Oscars. Not a single win. Dude, what the frick? Okay, we gotta... Todd Field needs someone from one of his films to win an Oscar, because that's a crime. That's a crime just based on the 2 that I've seen. Holy shit. I had a really weird experience watching this movie, because there's the score, which is really well done, and I think it was it the same guy that did is it John Bryan? Did John Bryan do the score? I'm about to find out, because I can just click right here. I don't have to type anything. Okay. The score, if I scroll down, composers, Thomas Newman. Didn't get it. It had a very John Bryan energy. Wow, Thomas Newman was nominated for 15 Oscars and hasn't won any. That's crazy. But yeah, the energy of the score was very John Bryan-y, and yeah, almost kind of like Charlie Kaufman, Michel Gondry type vibes. And I guess maybe that connection was also with Eternal Sunshine. But it worked really, really well. There was part of the score when they're having like a picnic outside where I had like the most insane, like likely autism, memory music recognition moment where the song was playing and I was like, where have I heard that song? What the fuck? And I like paused the movie. I was like, I gotta find out. And then I remembered within like 20 seconds. I was like, it's in a Michael Moore film. And then at first I said Bowling for Columbine, and then I corrected myself, and it wasn't Bowling for Columbine. It was Sicko. This song in the picnic scene was later repurposed for Michael Moore's Sicko, for the opening montage of people in the healthcare system and talking about different characters in that film. That Great song. But I had a weird autism moment, and then Louise was very impressed by that. And I got it. I fucking got it. Okay. Now I'm going to talk spoilers, because this is just like, there's just so much to spoil. I'm sorry. I'm still going to try not to spoil much of it, but I'm just putting this here because I don't know exactly how I'm going to talk about it. So this film, like, exists for long enough. The story goes on for long enough to kind of like lull you into thinking that it's like a different type of movie. But like at a Todd field, one of the characters just like fucking dies. And it's like, I was like, holy shit, you went for it. I didn't see that coming. Damn. And then it becomes like a film about the aftermath and like the fallout of that. And it's handled so incredibly well. And, something that I love about like Todd Field as a director is like, even on a first watch, you can just absolutely soak in and appreciate the filmmaking choices that he's using to communicate the emotions of the characters. So like after the event, the film is put through, I think it's called like a bleach bypass, to give it more of like a cloudy, like kind of like, it gives it like a very distinct visual look that kind of represents the characters that are stuck in this mental state post-event. And it's really subtle. It's really subtle, but it's there, and you can see it's there, and you can notice it's there. And while watching it, you know, if you're a film person, you can understand why it's there. The way that he communicates speaks to me. The way that he communicates, it's clear what he's going for and why he's making those decisions. And it makes me excited to watch the film again, because like Tar, I'd imagine this is a film where on a second watch, I get to just go, damn, I didn't even notice that. And I love this. And in retrospect, this makes sense. And, you know, like so much. Performances are great. Writing's great. Like great concept. Just so much going on. Very well directed and like just, incredible screenplay. Instant 9 out of 10. Like literally just the first time I watched it, 9 out of 10. I'm trying to remember. I'm without notes, but I remember there was like one other choice, and I remember it was like, I don't remember if it had to do with the editing or the soundtrack or like there was I remember the scene, and I don't remember what the choice was, but there was another thing that just stood out to me of like, damn, that's a great way to communicate the internal experience of the character in this scene. I wish I didn't lose my notes. But yeah, there's like Tom Wilkinson as he's like showing up to like, I think it's like a church or something, and there's like a choir practice. And I think it might have had to do with like how the audio is overlaying in one scene to another, or like maybe, no, it might have had to do with like the framing. Like he was like really low in the frame or something. There was like a very distinct framing that I was like, oh, hell yeah. You know, like you chose to show it that way because you filming the scene are aware of what's happening internally with the characters and want to communicate that through the language of filmmaking. Awesome stuff, right? Yeah. Awesome movie. Highly recommend. Todd Field, I am so excited to watch the only film of yours that I haven't seen. I hope you make more films. Take whatever time you need. If it takes 10 years just to get them as good as that, then fucking take as long as you want, buddy. Yeah, let's do War of the Worlds. I started with the 1953 one. I gotta pee again. This is a fun stream. I'm having fun just chilling and gushing about movies I like. You know, it's like there's something, as much as like the format of the quickies is more digestible, I know, and it gets more views, I know. There is something that I like about these streams of having like just a nice flow of consciousness that, you know, especially for things that I like, I just feel involved and engaged in the conversation. And anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta pee again.
Rumpelstiltskin, no need to sin. Please put it in the bin now. What's my name? Rumpelstiltskin. It makes you think just where that stink be coming from. Be coming from. It makes you think just where that stink be coming from. Be coming from. No need to sin. Please put it in the bin now. What's my name? Rumpelstiltskin. No need to sin. Please put it in the bin now. What's my name? Rumpelstiltskin. No need to sin. Please put it in the bin now. What's my name? Rumpelstiltskin. No need to sin. Please put it in the bin now. What's my name? Rumpelstiltskin. 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 Rumpel.
All my burger queens stand up. Shorty, you attractive, I don't care what you think. Let me start with your name, baby, you deserve a drink. I'm so loyal, I'm so different, let me buy you a ring. But before I propose, I'ma take you to Burger King. Hey! Take you to Burger King. Hey! Take you to Burger King. Hey! If you have a good luck, I'ma take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Will you be my queen? Cause I'll take you to Burger King. Hey! Take you to Burger King. Hey! Take you to Burger King. Hey! If you have a good luck, I'ma take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Take you to Hungry Jack's. I'm not a rapper, baby, I can buy you double whopper. It's small, medium, large, shorty, you know I got that paper. At tomato sauce, chili, and a bit of paper. I got you back for days, cause I know you got me later. Tell me that tastes good, cause I know we should. I know what you think, let me get you a drink with cookies and cream. Baby, would you be my burger queen? I'm so loyal, I'm so different, let me buy you a ring. But before I propose, I'ma take you to Burger King. Hey! Take you to Burger King. Hey! Take you to Burger King. Hey! If you have a good luck, I'ma take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Will you be my queen? Cause I'll take you to Burger King. Hey! Take you to Burger King. Hey! Take you to Burger King. Hey! If you have a good luck, I'ma take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Take you to Hungry Jack's. Hey! Take you to Hungry Jack's. I hope you well. Tomorrow we'll be in a 5-star hotel. Eat healthy, sleep well. I'll get you the thing on sale. Let me take you out again. Tomorrow I'll pick you up at 3. We gon' go crown, eat veggie, no KFC. Tell me that what you like, cause I know I'm right. We gon' have best night, just be by my side. Let me know if you tight, I hold it so tight till you scream my name so right. I'm so loyal, I'm so different, let me buy you a ring.
Hello. The War of the Worlds. 1953. H.G. Wells. You know, it was pretty charming. 1953 movie. Charming special effects. Very ancient stuff. Very theatrical 1950s acting. You know, first third of the movie, really, really well paced. Why does my camera like turn brighter when I look down? Do I have auto ISO on or something? I'll have to look at that later. I can't fumble around with that right now. Maybe I should turn off those auto settings. That's probably what's happening, because the darker part of my head, maybe, and then it adjusts again. Okay, that's probably what's happening. Remind me to fix that on a different stream. I shouldn't do that now. Yeah, so very clearly most of it like filmed on a soundstage, to the point where like even in outdoor scenes, like you can hear the echo. So that's kind of funny. Great pacing for the first 30 minutes. The movie is only 90, but yeah, I like that there was a guy that got lit on fire and it was real, and I was like, hell yeah. Way to go, 1950s. Just light a guy on fire. And his screams were agonizing too. I was like, yeah. Yeah, do that agonizing scream. Then as the film went on, about 45 minutes into it, there were some parts that were, you know, the woman kind of being hysterical in the guy's arms just kind of felt like really cheesy, and her acting was bad, and I kind of like, how long did the Hays Code last? Because I was having, I don't remember what got me to think about this, but I realized that like maybe one of the reasons why I don't connect with like as many older films as much is because of like the strict regulations that were enforcing like what type of content you could have in movies, like a moral panic kind of enforcement. You know, like that was a thing that existed, and it's just like maybe that's like contributing, because I like weird, challenging, edgy, visceral kind of stuff. Not to say that that's like impossible in older films. You know, I'm still going through my journey exploring older films, and that journey is not over. But I had that thought watching this film of just like, you know, I don't know what I don't think I'm gonna watch something and be like surprised by what happens in this, you know, and that might be that might be the fault of like the Hays Code. The second half of this film got really slow. It got really fucking boring. There was no reason to be attached to any of the characters in the second half. The story structure felt whack. Felt like a 2-hour movie. There was some, you know, Christian kind of funny stuff. This movie feels safe for Ben Shapiro. It's probably why he likes old things. Old politics. Yeah, well, the aliens, they died from germs. Sorry, spoilers for a movie from the 1950s. They died from germs, and then the characters acted like it was a miracle, and that was kind of funny. And they all said, the last line of the film was a chorus of people saying amen. And contrary to popular belief, I don't just hate all things Christian. Last Temptation of Christ, great movie. There's an art house film that by saying the title of the film, I would be spoiling it because of it. But basically, there's a film where like the ending is like super Christian from an auteur director who's European, who's still alive. Narrowing it down for you. Weirdo director. And there's like a movie of his that like super Christian ending. And I love the ending. But I don't know, like in the context of like just being another movie in the 1950s, it's just like, it feels like less of a fun inclusion and more of like a mandatory one, you know? Like, I think that's kind of what irks me about it in this film is like, okay. You know, I guess it was just the culture at the time. We got to go back. Got to go back to the Hays Code, everybody. Let's go back to the 1950s. Everything was great for everyone who was white and straight and cis. War of the Worlds. I also watched the Tom Cruise one. And it was made in 2005. Oops, not 20,058, 2005. War of the Worlds, 2005, Tom Cruise. This was a really interesting one for me because I have a bit of nostalgia for it. I watched it a lot when I was younger. I was, I guess, 14 when this came out. And this movie kind of like fucking, it freaked me out. It was like terrifying. The way that like they captured the like alien machine creature pods, ships, tripods, mechs, whatever. The invasion itself, like it was just like fucking terrifying, and it was like poof, like people exploding into dust and like yeah, really like crazy sense of like desperation. And the way that music was used in this film was pretty great, honestly. Like there was like a subtlety to the tone in that, like the first third of this movie is awesome. I was like, damn, I can see why this works. I can see why this is memorable, why it had such a big impact at the time. And also, like, I don't know, like the setting in Boston and like the dynamic of the Tom Cruise and his kids or whatever, like their performances weren't great in terms of especially like how they were written and their dynamics. But like there's something that feels like at the very least like iconic and memorable about this, where, you know, they parodied it in Scary Movie, what, 4? Yeah, 4, I think. And it was like immediately apparent to me, even though I hadn't seen the movie in a while, it was immediately apparent when I watched Scary Movie 4, like, oh yeah, they're parodying War of the Worlds because the imagery is so iconic. It feels very distinct to this movie. Yeah, John Williams did a pretty good job with the score. And then, yeah, Tom Cruise, I wrote in my notes, he actually sucks in this movie. He doesn't fit the character at all. It also came out at a weird time. It was right at the downfall of Tom Cruise's public image, him going on Oprah, being a weird Scientologist, doing all the crazy shit on the couch. Love how the music was used because there was an absence of music in a lot of serious scenes. Great effects for 2005, honestly, a lot of great effects work. Cool sound design choices. And then, yeah, on this watch, I kind of picked up on how like crazily evocative of 9/11 imagery this film was. With like, you know, the, you know, dust and you know, the feeling of like invasion and got to go to war. And like it was so weird because watching this movie, there's this like really forced and out of place side plot kind of thing, or like extension of the story with the teenage son character is like, I gotta go to war, Dad. I gotta help people. I gotta do it. And it's like very weirdly forcedly pro-military in a way. Like, you know, you can have pro-military films. That's not like a bad thing if it works in the service of the story and it feels like it works for the character. This was like so forced where it just kept coming back and it wasn't like rationalized in any way. It really just felt like this movie was kind of like approved by the US government or like commissioned, you know, to, you know, continue support for like the Iraq war or something. Like it's a very strange watch in that context. Oh yeah, when they drive out of the city, it doesn't make any fucking sense. how they drive out unobstructed. Like, okay, yeah, there's a perfect path. Like, fuck off. There's vehicles stopped everywhere. Like, everyone's vehicles shut down. Why would there be a perfect path? People's vehicles didn't even shut down trying to escape. They'd shut down before anybody was trying to escape. There was gridlock traffic. Why is there a perfect path just for you? Fuck off. Dakota Fanning is great, but she never acts like a child. That's basically how her whole career was. Oh yeah, there's like a whole plane crash and like plane crash set, even like with the 9/11 symbolism. Yeah. It really just feels like they were hoping teens would watch the movie and then be like, enlist, bro! You gotta help! The enemy attacked! You gotta help! The American war machine is insane. Like, they specifically target poor neighborhoods to fight in these wars and promise things like healthcare. Like, that's why you have no healthcare in the States, is so that they can promise these things to poor people to get them to fight. Like, that's exactly why. Right? A lot of the class divide is like purely intentional, just to like have more control over you. Like it's an intentional choice so that you're more manipulated, so that poor people they have more leverage over poor people. Isn't that insane? Yeah, and then when they actually show the aliens, it was like, okay, boring, bland, not memorable. No wonder I didn't remember what they looked like. Much of the film feels forced, irritating, nonsensical. It is a good, nostalgic, guilty pleasure to watch. Oh yeah, even though the aliens were dying for no reason again, like the like the H.G. Wells one, where it's like, oh, made the atmosphere, the virus, germs. Even though they did that, all of them were dying. They left one alive so that in the script, the U.S. Army could get an epic kill at the end. Like, literally, that it feels like that's why. Like, oh, you got no shield. All right, we can really blow them up. Like, that's an intentional departure from the source material, right? Like, there's a reason for it. Very weird, very anticlimactic ending, but still fun to watch. Still a lot of good stuff going for it. That opening was great. Some really cool stuff. And yeah, good sound design, the vibes of it. Iconic, a high 5 out of 10. All right, now for the real War of the Worlds. Ice Cube! It's you! It's you! I shouldn't be moving my arm that much. So Ice Cube, in this Amazon direct-to-streaming disaster that was filmed over COVID, Ice Cube stars in this, and he plays a guy who's kind of just like a loser, piece of shit asshole who works for the federal government, part of the spying intelligence agency. What agency is it? Like NSA or something? I don't remember what the fuck it's called. National Security Agency? I don't remember. He's a nosy little shit that like doesn't know how to make his family like him because he keeps disrespecting their privacy and like is just really bad at doing it. And the whole thing is filmed, I guess, like remotely. Like the director wasn't even in the room with Ice Cube. Just camera on Ice Cube and then a perspective of his computer screen. His computer screen, you know, even his webcam, even the camera of Ice Cube was on his computer screen. He would just have his webcam in the corner or whatever. But there was never any kind of like resolution degradation with how much you zoomed in. It was always like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess he has like a 1000K monitor. So no matter how far you zoom in, you're always getting like 4K Ice Cube reaction shot. Yeah, I guess he just kind of like observes an alien invasion and is like, damn, you're crazy. What the heck? What the frick? Immediately I was in love with this movie because it was so funny. It was funny because of just how crazy the editing was. The editing felt very like Xavier Renegade Angel PFFR. Like, it was like the cuts were happening so quick that it seemed like it was trying to be funny because of it, but it wasn't the right tone of film for me to believe that that was actually happening. I was like, oh wow, you're really just fucking plowing through this. No time to be left to think about anything. You know, one of the characters in the intelligence agency is like, yo, Ice Cube, look at this. There's a storms happening everywhere. He's like, wow, damn. And just like, cut. Wow, damn. On to the next thing. Immediately got like, what? Doesn't feel natural, right? It feels like a shit post. The whole thing feels like a weird shit post. And that's part of what makes it so funny. The plot, very funny. Basically, yeah, like he just stays on his computer and has to like save the day by Googling and like hacking. He's like, oh, I got a camera here. I got a camera here. And then when it would show like some of the cameras that he's looking at, like, oh, my daughter, make it to the hospital. Okay. All right. I'm going to look and see how she's doing. And then one of the camera shots would be like low angle in the middle of a hallway in the hospital. I'm like, that's not a security cam. What camera did you hack into? Why is the camera there? Why did someone leave their phone in the middle of the hallway in the hospital? What are you talking about? What angle is this? That doesn't make any sense. There'd be parts in the movie where like clearly it just seemed like the editing was so rushed. You get like missing or extra frames, things that like I tell my editors to look out for and rarely appear in any of my videos, but they're like throughout this film. I'm like, damn. It's like kind of like a weird avant-garde thing. Like sometimes the layer would linger for longer than it should have and it didn't disappear, or it would be the wrong layer. Like these are jokes that like were in Decker, you know, where Tim Heidecker's like intentionally making like the shittiest thing he possibly could. And it's supposed to be like bad, right? But this is like, oh wow, I guess it was, I don't know, it was trying to do something, I guess. But yeah, very insanely unnatural editing, and especially in terms of like how it affects the flow of conversation, and like the pacing of the plot. It legitimately feels like the fake movie in the Nathan For You episode with the souvenir shop, where he had to make a fake movie with a fake Johnny Depp and pretend it was like about a man hacking to save the day. He's like, I'm Hacker Man. It's called The Web. And he made a fake film festival or whatever. It feels like that. It feels like this was The Web, a fake movie that was only made to scam people. Oh yeah, anytime there was like an action, it would be like implied action. It would be like kids holding his phone, like dad's watching on the computer screen. He's like, oh no, the aliens, and then just like never show it. And it's like, oh, what happened? Your phone turned off. Whoa. And Ice Cube reacting. It's a meme-worthy movie. It's a very fun, memeable film. At 30 minutes through the film, 28 minutes, there's a moment where it almost seems like he's going to leave his office and not be on the computer the whole movie because his daughter's like in trouble, right? She fell. She's bleeding or something. He's like, here I come. And then you just see him like try the door half-assedly once, and he says, damn it, we're in lockdown, which was so funny. It was a very funny resolution. I was wondering the whole time, so this isn't the first film in the genre of everything you're seeing is on the computer films, right? Unfriended, Host, Searching 2, right? These films have existed. Unfriended is a horror movie. Host is a horror movie. The reason why they did that in that format is because, ooh, data moshing looks creepy. It's a haunted Skype call. Data moshing looks creepy, and that's why you make the movie, right? The reason why searching, oh yeah, unfriended dark web too. The reason why searching was told in that format is because it was a suspense investigation type plot where Google searching, you could be experiencing the investigation with the character. With John Cho and his character, you could see him be like, oh yeah, I'm going to try this email and blah, 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 blah. And it works narratively because it's a thriller suspense where the goal of the character is to investigate and find out more information. This is an alien invasion film. Why the fuck did you make it an everything is on the computer movie? Out of all of the formats to do for an alien invasion film, why the fuck is this only on the computer? Every other example I gave, there's a reason where it's like, okay, it makes sense why you would choose to do it this way. Some of those movies are bad. Unfriended's bad. Host is bad. Dark Web, bad. Searching 2, not great. Searching, good. But at least they had choices and reasons for those choices. I don't understand why you would do that in this format for this genre. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Alien invasion. It really seems like the only reason this format was chosen was so that they could hide all of the action and make it as cheap as possible. Where it's like, oh no, yeah, we can have like data, like artifacts in the video, and like if the video is lower resolution in this clip, then those will be the clips where the CG is happening, and then you won't have to make the CG look as good. We just have the bad video filter. That's what it seemed like was the only reason. Because this movie looked cheap as fuck. There were some shots in this movie where it was just like stock footage or repurposed footage that somebody else filmed of like soldiers. And in the film, it was like, okay, one shot, their faces were blurred. And I was like, what? Why? Okay. And then in another shot, it was like, oh no, the faces are like glitched and it just happens. It's like a artifact in the video. I'm like, okay, wait, did they just use footage of this like other shit and these people didn't consent to being in the movie and that's why they had to blur the faces? Like, and they did 2 different methods for doing it. Like one was like pretending to not do it. Like that's crazy. Okay. Repurposed footage. I like when Ice Cube says Gotti and hell yeah. The music was very funny. The music cues felt ironic. I guess that's also part of what reminded me of Nathan For You is like, you know, it felt like a fake movie because it felt like it was taking the piss out of us with all the music choice, like the over serious nature of like the action music and especially like the sad beats. It's like, oh, you're supposed to feel sad now, but like nothing you're seeing is something that you can take seriously at any moment. Here's a fun quote. Oh shit, they're in hyper download. That was a real quote from this film. So I think this was revealed in the trailer even. The twist, the hook of this movie, what separates it from the other War of the Worlds other than the computer perspective, is these aliens, they feed on data as a concept. What is data? Anything's data. What do you mean? Are the aliens like formatted to like NTFS? Right? How do they decrypt the data? Like they're eating it, and then it's like, oh no, the data's gone. You can copy data. What are you talking about? They stole the data. It would be the exact same as if like they wrote into the movie like the aliens feed on information, and then it showed them like going into a library and sucking the letters off of pages. Like, oh no, they're stealing all of our knowledge. Like that's the equivalent of what they're doing with computers in this. But I guess like people are just so technologically illiterate that they don't understand like how dumb that. I mean, most people probably understand that it is dumb, but to the extent that it's dumb that it could make its way into this movie, like clearly they don't understand. Yeah, they feed on the concept of data. Data as a concept. That's how they get power. Oh shit, they're in hyper download. What does that mean? What does hyper download mean? What? Oh shit, they're fast charging, bro. It was really funny. I've seen it twice now. Yeah. There's one really annoying part of the movie. It's, you know, it's a short part, but it annoyed the fuck out of me. Where they break the restrictions that they've placed on themselves for doing everything from the perspective of the computer screen. And his webcam does like a dolly zoom effect. Like it might have been done in post digitally, sure. But I'm like, what the fuck? What? Why? Why break your own rules? And I think that was right before. Yeah, when he pitch shifts the anonymous voice, he finds out, the spoilers, he finds out that his own son is like part of the hacker group known as 4chan. Basically. It's you! It's you! Oh yeah, and then Ice Cube joins the hacker group known as 4chan. They call it Disruptors in this movie. And then he posts a YouTube video with his face in it to reveal that he is to the world for no reason. And I don't know why he did that. Because like in a real, you know, if you did work for the government and you just did that, you're like, I'm Disruptor now. And you just revealed it with your face and everything. And it kind of looks like a shitpost too. Like, I don't know, it looks like a shitposty video. How did he edit it that so fast? Did he have editing software on his computer that he's like familiar with? He had fucking DaVinci? Blackmagic design? Anyway, he revealed that for no reason. Why wouldn't he be afraid of being locked out of his fucking computer? You do that as like a real intelligence analyst in the United States of America? You'd be locked out. Bam. What are you talking about? You wouldn't even be able to leave. Like, you'd probably just get gassed. So the aliens dox the hackers. And it makes their webcams turn on for some reason. And you see all of his son's friends get like owned by the aliens, like epic pwned. One of them, it's like, oh no, my room's gonna blow up now. Like, I guess they got rocketed. And it's so funny because you see the start of the explosion on the camera and then the live feed cuts off. Like, as if that would be the order. Like, you can literally see, you can see the first full second of the explosion with like the dust cloud basically like settling even. The full particle effect or whatever. And then the webcam feed cuts off. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it doesn't look convincing at all. Like, it looks so bad and cheesy. It's like it's almost Neil Breen. Not quite. Not as good as Neil Breen. And then it turns out his son escaped because he was never in the location. He said he bounced his location when what he should have said is, I was using a VPN. Also, why do you need to be in front of a green screen for that? Why do you need to have like a different background to do that? I was at my friend's house the whole time. And then reveal. Oh, okay, whatever. The green screen. Did the green screen trick the aliens? Like what? And then yeah, to save the day, they have a computer virus, a malware that they want to use on the aliens. They're like, eat this, but Ice Cube doesn't have a USB stick, and so his daughter's husband, I don't remember. I think they were gonna get married. Daughter's fiance, that's the word I was looking for. He's an Amazon delivery driver, and he uses their new drone technology to epically deliver the USB stick to Ice Cube. For some reason, they showed him ordering it on Amazon. Like, you needed to show add to cart, checkout. Yeah, like to get that sort of like little dopamine reward for people addicted to buying things on Amazon or some shit. It's not like it was in the warehouse. Dude was already, like, what are you talking about? Dude had a USB stick on him. Why did you have to order it? He was controlling the delivery drone with like his own joysticks and stuff. Why did you have to order it through the Amazon system? That doesn't make any sense. It didn't come from the warehouse. It was like was it even like a new USB stick? Was it in packaging? Yeah, and then they more Amazon ads in the film, incorporated into the film. You have a homeless guy. They're like, oh, flip over the drone. Oh, you need to save the day. Quick, give him $1,000 Amazon gift card. Okay. And then he does it because it's like, yes, that's perfect. I love Amazon. Wow. It was very funny. There was a ludicrous reference in there. Ice Cube said, move, bitch, get out of the way. That was fun. I gave that movie a 10 out of 10 for being terrible. Because it's funny bad. It's funny bad. It barely hits the threshold of like funny bad 10. You know, it's not a perfect movie. But it's pretty funny. What else do I talk about? I could talk about... Okay, so some of these I've talked about extensively on my podcast, and I am kind of running out of energy here. So I'll see if there's any other ones that I should prioritize here. I'm going to record my TIFF stuff tomorrow. I want to make like a real edited video out of that for sure. Yeah, those I all talked about on my podcast. Honestly, I think I should just start going through the super chat shit. Bad Guys 2, 5 out of 10. There's my quick review. And then, yeah, if you want to hear me talk about Eddington or Akira Kurosawa's High and Low / Highest to Lowest by Spike Lee, the remake, the reinterpretation, we have a very fun conversation about those two on the newest episode of SARDONICAST, episode 199, which you can listen to right now, patreon.com/SARDONICAST. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait until next week. Oh. All right, 1 second here. Damn, 4.5 hours of just me talking about movies. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? All right, I'm going to pull up the super chats. Super chats, and also if anybody clicked the link in the description for TTS, which I don't see any. But maybe I have to do it through Streamlabs. Congrats for getting to 200 episodes. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Ugh. Nope, no TTS ones. I'll turn the volume on in case anybody wants to do it. Here's what the last one sounded like. So if you want your message to be heard like that, click the link that one of the links that Fanboy it's in the description, streamlabs.com/YMSplays/tip. All right, I gotta open up my super chats because I'm sure there were some of those. Let me just go to those here. Give me a second. I gotta remember how to do this. Oh boy! There's in this tab right here. Supers. Supers, see all. Oh, did I forget to change the fucking thumbnail? Shit. Whatever. Or when was this super chat posted? Or did nobody? No, yeah, people did a super chat here. Oh, super chat stickers and live chat replay. Where do I see the new ones? How come I only see? No, yeah, this is from. Okay, this is from. I did forget to change this thumbnail. Okay. Shit. Fuck. Also, my arm's kind of fucked, so who cares? Whatever. Oh, whatever. I'll just read them. Would you consider watching Godzilla Minus One? I did watch it. I enjoyed it. I think I reviewed it in one of these quickie catch-ups. I think in my first one, maybe. So if you search that, it should show up. Alpha Dragon Warrior, thank you so much. Michael. Have you seen 1000 Ways to Die? It's your answer to Final Destination Anthology. I like how you typed anthology. Ron Perlman narrates the show. Also, will you see Megadoc, a HOD sequel? Horse of Dongs? I'm just going to look these up. Megadoc and 1000 Ways to Die. Okay. Megadoc. Whatever. Coppola. Oh, yeah, of course I'm going to watch Megadoc. That sounds hilarious. I'm sure the behind-the-scenes making of for Megalopolis is more entertaining than the film. And then, what is this other one? 1000 Ways to Die. Which one? There's 4 different things. Oh, wait, Ron Perlman one. Okay. All right, I'll watch those out. Do I really want to, though? I feel like I've seen bits of this and it was just not that interesting. Yeah. I feel like I've seen this and it was on when it was on TV. And it wasn't that interesting. I don't care enough to add that to my watch list. I'm sorry. Thank you, Michael. Robbie Palmer, love your shit, brother. Thumbs up. Thank you so much. Tim K, come and mop up, boys. They'll never make me hate you. Thank you so much, Tim K. Hi, Nui. Parrot of the Sea. Big fan, bro. Love the short hair. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Gugs Suggs TV. Highly recommend Some Like It Hot if you want to watch a film that single-handedly weakened the Hays Code. Too explicit to be certified, but became a financial success regardless. Oh, cool. I've seen the ending of that, and that is on my list. That's an interesting little tidbit about that, actually. Thank you for that information. That makes me actually a bit more intrigued about it, because I was actually, having seen the ending, I was like, oh, that's a little spicy for the 1950s. You know, it doesn't explicitly state that this is like a bad thing. Like, that's a little weird. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. Spoodersaurus, any plans to watch new nature documentaries like Prehistoric Planet 2? Because there's a new season of PP that's about Ice Age. Anyway, hopefully things will get better for you, man. Stay frosty. That's not on my list of priorities right now. I appreciate it, though. Beep, 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 beep. Nobody wanted to do text to speech. Everybody just wanted to do super chat. All right. If that's it, I think I might... What time is it? Yeah, it's almost like 7 p.m. I should get situated and maybe watch some like 2016 films, maybe just chill. But I should save my voice as much as I would like to play a video game with my feet and keep streaming. I think I should save my voice because I want to do my TIFF voiceover tomorrow. So, thanks for hanging out. Oh, and thanks for the fucking people joining the membership. Monthly Rambles, thank you. Yeah, shout out to the monthly Rambles, because that's basically my solo podcast. I do a little ramble each month. Community votes on the topics that I ramble on. It's cheaper if you do it on Patreon, but I understand the convenience of wanting to do it on YouTube. Marlon Brando was in Superman 1978. He was Jor-El. I forgot. Thank you. He was in that. Thank you. All right. Any final super chats? Any final questions or comments? I'm impressed with the amount of movies that I talked about. Oh, God. Real life tragedy, disaster footage in War of the Worlds 2025? Shit. All right, gotta close tabs. Yeah, I can close that. I'll keep my TIFF list open. Do I have that open? Hold on. Yes, I do. And hopefully, like, I don't feel as sick as yesterday, I guess, so hopefully I'm fine. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I guess, yeah, I don't need to raid anybody on YouTube, so I will just end the stream. Thanks for hanging out. Peace and love, everybody. And I'll play one more interpretation before I leave. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.